Warning: the following presentation may be disturbing for some viewers. Topics in this presentation contains discussions about death, graphic actions, and murder in the first degree. Viewer discretion is advised. Well, gang, we're back at it again. The party is bigger than usual today at this installment of Daiquiris and Death, Pride Month edition. I think Kris went to get her drink.
I'm back.
There she is. I'm your host, Miss
I'm
Tiff,
back,
and
baby.
this is my co-host and in charge of the stream, Miss Kris, and we are joined by Miss Jessica, who's graciously returned.
Yay!
And then there's Dexter.
Yeah.
Now, I know the last
Jessica,
time was a little much when we had multiple people on Daiquiris and Death, but I trust that I don't trust that Jester will behave, but I trust that Jessica will behave.
Yes. Can we please not have a repeat because I cried? No, I really did. I really did. I cried out of stress.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I cried out of stress after the stream. It was fine.
Whoops. Anyways, so dear audience, what are we talking about today, Kris?
Well, today, Tiff. Well, let me take a sip.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I forgot to plug in some things, but yes, ma'am.
Ooh, that is really good. Huh.
What are you drink? How about we start with this? What are you drinking today?
Today we are drinking Smirnoff Ice Smash, and it's called Red, White, and Berry, but it's blue raspberries, cherry, and citrus, and it's 8% alcohol, and it is delicious.
I bet.
But I get my water. I have my water.
I have a blue bottle of water. It is 32 ounces. And, yeah. That's what I'm drinking. I know. I'm finally having a drink on Daiquiris of Death. It's the exclusive blue bottle of water.
All bougie and
all bougie.
With me, I have my last two of them because I am currently PMSing, and but yes, that's what we're drinking today.
That's why Jess is here, because not Jessica, Jess. We need a lightning rod to just spew our anger towards.
I'm the designated speaker with no alcohol intake.
Exactly.
Yep.
Dookie, I don't drink at all. I'm not drinking anything. All right. What's today's case, Kris? Where is she? Did she drop out again? I think she dropped out again because she's not responding.
Hold on.
There
we go.
What's today's case, Kris?
Well, I am so very glad you asked, because the first case that to kick off
happy Pride Month, everybody. Yeah, explain the Pride Month thing. All right, I will explain the Pride Month thing because she's blipped out again. So for the month of June, apart from 1 week, we will be doing a Daiquiris of Death dealing with LGBTQ cases.
Yes.
To spread awareness about these cases and give history about these cases, about important points in LGBTQ history. And, I brought Jessica in here because there was too many straight people in here.
Okay.
And as a ally, I want it to be I wanted to use my voice as an ally, because I use my voice to get everything out. And but yes, but yes, but yes, Daiquiris and Death is my podcast, but I'm doing it on stream right now just to test things out, and I saw some stuff to get the hang of, but other than that, I'm having a grand old time. But I feel like I'm talking too much about this, so I'm just gonna shut up and get to the first case. Which actually, this first case is gonna be two things in one, because this person,
Sorry.
yeah, two things in one, because say what? Because this person is a major part of one of the biggest things in LGBT plus history, and it just pretty much kicked everything off. So first of all, and I do think like it's important to know about someone that is, because this person is a person of color, and there's some things that have been, well, mostly it's Twitter, but it's Twitter, and you should not be surprised, because apparently on Twitter everybody has an opinion. But this person just played a major part of something that pretty much kicked off something called the gay liberation movement. So the first person we'll be talking about is Marsha P. Johnson and the Stonewall Riots, otherwise known as the Stonewall Uprising or the Stonewall Rebellion. So, a lot of history today.
We're PBS now.
Today's episode of Daiquiris and Death is presented.
It's brought to you by Blue Bottled Water. If you have water, buy a filter, especially if you live in California. It's also sponsored by, what are you drinking again?
The National Science Liberation, or whatever it's called.
The National Science Convention
Foundation
thing.
And Smirnoff Ice, but it's made possible
by viewers like you. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and Chuck E. Cheese. So Chuck E. Cheese everything on PBS, especially PBS Kids, is sponsored by Chuck E. Cheese. Where a kid can be a kid.
Where a kid can be a kid. Fucking Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh shit, man.
Oh man.
Our childhood. Okay, so
gone.
All right. Marsha P. Johnson. So, Marsha P. Johnson was born Malcolm Michaels Jr. on August 24th, 1945 in Elizabeth, New Jersey. Johnson had 6 siblings, and their father, Malcolm Michaels Sr., who worked as an assembly line worker at General Motors. Michaels' mother, Alberta, was a housekeeper. They attended a African Methodist Episcopal church during their childhood, and they remained devoutly religious later on in life, often taking an interest in Catholicism. I think I'm saying that right. But they also kept a private altar at the home, and they made offerings to the saint. in this manner. So at the age of 5, Johnson had began wearing dresses at 5 years old, but stopped for a moment due to harassment by boys who lived nearby. And according to an interview that Johnson did in 1992, Johnson described being the young victim of not so nice actions by an adolescent boy. After this whole thing happened, Johnson also described the idea of being gay as, quote, some sort of dream, end quote, rather than something that seemed possible. And so chose to remain sexually inactive until going to New York City at 17 years old. This part kind of made me feel uneasy. Because Johnson's mother allegedly said that being gay is like being, quote, lower than a dog. But Johnson said that their mother was unaware of the LGBT community. After graduating from Edison High School in Elizabeth, New Jersey in 1963, Johnson left to go to New York City with only a bag of clothes and $15 to their name. Johnson moved to Greenwich Village in 1966 and waited on tables while living there. And after that, Johnson began hanging out with street hustlers near the Howard and Johnsons at 6th Avenue and 8th Street. And when they were hanging out with these people, Johnson's life changed. Johnson came out and said, quote, my life has been built around sex and gay liberation, being a drag queen, end quote, and sex work. So, before becoming Marsha P. Johnson, Johnson initially used the moniker Black Marsha, but then later on decided on the drag queen name Marsha P. Johnson. So Johnson came from the restaurant Howard and Johnson's on 42nd Street, and this is my favorite part. So the P stood for pay it no mind, and used this phrase sarcastically when questioned about gender, saying, quote, it stands for pay it no mind. So the name was Marsha Pay It No Mind Johnson, and I fucking love that.
That's funny.
I love that so much.
Yeah, that's funny.
So Johnson said this phrase once to a judge, who was amused by it, leading to Johnson's release, because at the time, honestly, he obviously got arrested. And so Johnson pretty much identified as gay, as trans, and as a queen, but that is referring to drag queen, or, quote, street queen. According to Susan Stryker, who is a professor of human gender and sexuality studies at the University of Arizona, Johnson's gender expression could perhaps most accurately be called gender nonconforming. Johnson never self-identified with the term transgender, but the term was also not in broad use while Johnson was still alive. So now we know a little bit about Marsha P. Johnson. We're gonna add another character to this, and this character we're going to add is none other than Sylvia Rivera. And Sylvia, just a little bit of background on Sylvia. Sorry, there's people moving shit outside my house. So Sylvia Rivera was born on July 2nd, 1951 in New York City. They are a um they are of Puerto Rican and Venezuelan descent. She was abandoned by her father, her birth father, and became an orphan after her mother died by suicide when she was only 3 years old. She was raised by her grandmother, and she began her activism um, in no, so she was taken after all of these things that happened to her. Because her grandmother, her mother, who was Venezuelan, pretty much disapproved of her the way Riviera was behaving, was acting. And everything came to a head when in fourth grade, she started to wear makeup, and then in 1961, she started living on the streets, and this was when she was 10, almost 11 years old. But then she was taken in by the local drag queen community and they gave her the name Sylvia. And her activism began in 1970 after joining the Gay Activist Alliance at 18, which where she not only fought for not only the rights of gay people, but also for the inclusion of drag queens like herself in the movement. Um, and then that's Sylvia Rivera. So
Okay.
now you know a little bit about Sylvia Rivera. So the definitions that was used by her and Johnson were not always the same as those documented in the more mainstream literature of the era. So Rivera insisted on claiming T word solely for the use by gay people, writing in this essay, quote, T word, your half sisters and half brothers of the revolution, end quote. And in an interview with Alan Young in 1972's Out of the Closet's Voice of Gay Liberation, Johnson discussed being a street T-word, saying a T-word is still like a boy, very manly looking, a feminine boy, end quote. Johnson distinguishes this from T-word, defining T-word as those who are on hormones and getting surgery. Also discuss Johnson's experiences of the dangers of working as a sex worker in drag, and Johnson's husband who was murdered. Johnson and Rivera's interviews and writings in this era also at times used terminology in ways that were sarcastic and campy, other times serious, or all of the above at once. So Johnson's style of drag was not serious, so not like high drag or show drag, due to being unable to afford to purchase clothing from expensive stores. Johnson received leftover flowers after sleeping under tables for sorting flowers in the flower district of Manhattan,
Oh,
and
sorry.
was
Sorry. Just hi, Super Somnic, like Dominic, Somnic. Somnic. Whatever. Welcome to the stream. We are in the middle of Daiquiris and Death LGBT Pride Month edition, where we are learning much about history from the LGBTQA books. Continue.
Yes. So welcome. Welcome. So Johnson was known for wearing crowns of fresh flowers, as you can see in the gorgeous picture on the screen. Johnson was tall, slender, and often dressed in flowing roses and shiny dresses, red plastic high heels, and bright wigs, which tended to draw attention. As Edmund White writes in his 1979 Village Voice article called The Politics of Drag, Johnson also liked dressing in ways that would display the inner size between masculine and feminine. A feature photo of Johnson in this article shows Johnson in a flowing wig and makeup, in a translucent shirt, pants, and a parka. Highlighting the ways that, quoting Kate Millett's sexual politics, White says, quote, she is both masculine and feminine at once. There's also some existing footage of Johnson doing full glamorous high drag on stage, but most of Johnson's performance work was with groups that were more grassroots, comedic, and political. Johnson sang and performed as a member of J. Kamasias international NYC-based drag performance troupe called Hot Peaches from 1972 through 2 shows in the 1990s. When the Coquettes, a similar drag troupe from San Francisco, formed an East Coast troupe called the Angels of Light, Johnson was also asked to perform with them. In 1973, Johnson performed the role of the Gypsy Queen in the Angels production of The Enchanted Miracle, which was about the comet Kohonatek. I don't know how to say that. In 1975, Johnson was photographed by famed artist Andy Warhol as part of a Ladies and Gentlemen series of Polaroids. In 1990, Johnson performed with the Hot Peaches in London. Johnson also became an AIDS activist and appeared in the Hot Peaches production called The Heat in 1990, singing the song Love while wearing a ACT UP silence equals death button. So now that we know about Marsha P. Johnson, now we're gonna go to Stonewall. We're gonna get into Stonewall now, and we're gonna come right back to Marsha. But now we're gonna talk a little bit about the Stonewall riots, because this is a major event, and Marsha is if not the starter of this whole situation, or this whole important piece of LGBT plus history. And I think that this is, like I said, I think this is very important to learn about, to know about, because in school, we don't, especially I can only speak as a Black woman, but this falls for, if you're part of this community, of the LGBT plus community, we're not taught about any of this in school. We're not taught any of this in school. Like, we did learn, of course we learned about like slavery and stuff like that, but it was very, very little. Like, it wasn't the whole truth. Like, of course we learned about like Harriet Tubman, and like we learned about her, but
we learned about her, MLK, and how it's basically how like fucking they teach like Native American history, and barely how like the settlers things were tense at first, but everything was fine after a while, and there's no more racism. It's over now. They teach it like that instead of like an ongoing issue and a problem.
Yeah, and like we learned, I do remember in high school we did learn about like the Trail of Tears and stuff, but we didn't learn like all of it. And we, of course, we did learn like Tiff and I talked about this. Like, I didn't know the real truth about Thanksgiving until I was in my 20s. Yeah. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I did not even know that, like, anything of the real thing, but reason behind Thanksgiving. Like, I thought it was just about the Indians and the Pilgrims sitting together and eating turkey and fucking cranberry sauce, and learn how to share.
They just want to make themselves look good and say, hey, sure, we fought. It's like acting like it's a relationship or something. Like, oh, we fought for a while, but now we're fine. There's some bullshit.
I'll talk more about this later on because this pertains to the second case. But coming back to this, we did not learn so much about the LGBT plus community and the history behind it. Like, it was pretty much you had to do like your own research, and it was kind of ironic that we didn't learn anything about it, yet my high school had a gay straight alliance club that I was a part of for a little bit. I think it was like my sophomore year of high school. I was part of that club. But other than that, we didn't learn about any of this. It was pretty much like a secret, almost, kind of, sort of.
Not really. It's just they just didn't think it was important to learn.
Yeah, and so it's like, so learning all this, it was kind of like I didn't even really know about Stonewall and Marsha P. Johnson until I went and I did my own research, because which I'll explain later on, because I was in a play for something and it involved LGBT topics, and I did research, and then I learned more about Stonewall, and I learned about Marsha P. Johnson. I learned about all these people that had to do with it, and just important people that's important in this community, that's important to that community. And because I felt like if you're going to be an ally, especially an ally of the LGBT plus community, I feel like it's important that you know the history and that you also research about important events and important people of that community, so you get a better idea or a better understanding of what you're standing up for and you're supporting. So I had to do all that. So now we're gonna get into the Stonewall riots. And the riots, they took place from June 28th to July 3rd in 1969. So the Stonewall riots, it's also referred to as the Stonewall Uprising, or the Stonewall Rebellion. And these were a series of demonstrations by members of the gay community. So this pretty much is considered one of the most important events to, like I said, to the gay liberation movement. That was a political movement from the late 1960s through the mid 1980s. And it also was a contribution to the 20th century fight for LGBT rights in the US. So before all of this is happening, so gay Americans in the 50s and 60s, they faced a anti-gay legal system, aka homophobia. And early homosexual groups in the US sought to prove that gay people could be assimilated into society, and they favored non-confrontational education for gay and straight people alike. During the last years of the 1960s, however, they were contentious as many social and political movements were active. So these movements include the civil rights movement, the counterculture of the 1960s, and the anti-Vietnam War movement. So these, along with the progressive environment of Greenwich Village, served as catalysts for the Stonewall riots. So, so at the time that all of this happened, we're gonna do a little bit of history real quick. So a little bit of a background. So following the social upheaval of World War II, many people in the U.S. felt a desire to, quote, restore the pre-war social order and hold off the forces of change, end quote. According to historian Barry Adams. Spurred by the national emphasis on anti-communism, Senator Joseph McCarthy conducted hearings searching for communists in the U.S. government, the U.S. Army, and other government-funded agencies and institutions, leading to a national paranoia. Anarchist, communists,
Isn't that the
and
Red Scare?
I believe so. Yes.
And McCarthyism or some shit like that. I believe it was the Red Scare
I
where
think
everybody was like
so.
all up in arms about, oh no, the communists are coming. There, we need to hide. We need to
Yeah.
hide. We need to get. We need to get them. We need to get them. We need to get them. Instead and shit like that. I don't know.
I believe so. I think
believe
that was
yeah during the McCarthy era, yeah, and McCarthyism. I believe that was it.
I think it's called McCarthyism.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not 100% sure. Because I did not pay attention in history class, but I believe it is. But I do believe that he is the reason why people were freaking out, like, oh my God, we gotta get all the communists or whatever.
Got stepping, like step.
We gotta get them because if we don't, then
they'll ruin America. Are you communists? You gonna ruin America? Get out.
No communists allowed. It's like that one, like peanut special where they kick Snoopy out and then they zoom into the sign and it says
no dogs allowed. No communists allowed. We're purely joking, okay? We're joking.
We're yes.
We're two idiots that hate politics. We're joking.
Yes. Don't take any of our comments seriously, especially my comments, because I'm drinking. So
yeah, she's drunk.
Yeah.
So
I will be by the end of this segment.
I don't doubt it.
I was probably drunk. So yeah. So so anarchists, communists, and other people deemed un-American and subversive were considered security risks. So you're right. So gay men and lesbians were also included in this list by the U.S. State Department on the theory that they were susceptible to blackmail. In 1950, a Senate investigation that was chaired by Clyde R. Hoey noted in a report, in quote, it is generally believed that those who engage in overt acts of perversion lack the emotional stability of normal persons, end quote. So basically, if you are in the LGBT plus community, you're wrong.
That's illegal.
That's illegal.
That's illegal.
That is legal. That's not right. That's not American.
That's legal. That's legal.
That's illegal.
I'm laughing because when I say it, Jessica, it's an inside joke me and Jessica make. We just say that's illegal. Really, she knows.
It's illegal.
That's illegal.
Basically, if it's like they were saying, if you are in this category, then you're wrong. If you like the same gender, you're wrong because they're 50s and you're pretty much dangerous. So
if you're black, you're wrong. If you're Asian, you're wrong. If you're gay, you're extra wrong.
You're just extra wrong.
You're communist.
Pretty much. If you're communist, you're wrong. If you're, I'm pretty sure atheists were on that list.
Pretty sure. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. If they were, I'm not surprised.
It's just like just like that one video where that dude is just like that dude was like standing there and calling everything whack, like your clothes whack, your entire personality whack.
I need to watch that video again. It's been too long.
It's been a while, yeah. Anyways, keep going.
It's so good.
It is good.
Okay. It's really, really good. So basically, if you're all these things, you're wrong. So I wouldn't be surprised if atheists were on that list. So I guess I'm wrong because I'm whatever. So, and he also said that all of the government's intelligence agencies, quote, are in complete agreement that sex perverts, which that term just made me laugh, in government constitutes security risks, end quote. Between 1947 and 1950, 1,700 federal job applications were denied, 4,380 people were discharged from the military, and 420
Blaze it.
Were fired from their government jobs for being suspected homosexuals. And I almost said the thing,
what?
but I phrase it. 420. Not phrase it, but I said phrase it.
I said it. We're gonna get demonetized.
Yeah.
Blaze it.
Okay, well, 420 phrase it. For being suspected. So pretty much all these numbers were people that were basically sus of being part of the LGBT plus community or the LG community.
Hi, Gigi.
Hi, Gigi. So throughout the 50s and 60s, the U.S., the FBI, and police departments kept lists of known homosexuals, their favorite establishments, and friends. The U.S. Post Office also kept track of addresses where material pertaining to homosexuality was mailed. State and local governments followed suit. Bars catering to gay men and lesbians were shut down, and their customers were arrested and exposed in newspapers. Cities performed, quote, sweeps to rid neighborhoods, parks, bars, and beaches of gay people. They also outlawed the wearing of opposite gender clothing, and universities also expelled instructors who were suspected of being gay. In 1952, the American Psychiatric Association listed homosexuality in the Diagnostic and Statistic Manual as a mental disorder. So basically, yeah, you're in this community at the time. If you're in this community, it is a considered
it's illegal.
A mental illness, which is
that's even better.
Yeah, which I'm gonna.
It was the 50s. They were just stupid. They thought everything under this. If you were not white, straight, cis, or a male, you had a mental illness. So you know.
Yeah. So it is. That's what it was. A large scale of homosexuality in 1962 was used to justify inclusion of the disorder as a supposed pathological hidden fear of the opposite sex caused by traumatic parent-child relationships. This view was widely influential in the medical profession. In 1956, however, the psychologist Evelyn Hooker performed a study that compared the happiness and well-adjusted nature of self-identified homosexual men with heterosexual men and found a difference. Her study stunned the medical community and made her a hero to many gay men and lesbians, but homosexuality remained in the DSM until 1974. So, now we're gonna get into the whole riot thing because there's a lot of situations that happened before Stonewall. So, on the outer fringes of the small gay communities were people who challenged gender expectations. They were effeminate men and masculine women, or people who dressed and lived in contrast to their gender assigned at birth, either part or full time. And certain people, the word I cannot say because I cannot English, classified them as T-word, and they were the most visible representative of sexual minorities. They believe the carefully crafted image portrayed by the Mattachine Society and DOB that asserted homosexuals were respectable, normal people. And these communities also considered the trials of being arrested for wearing clothing of the opposite gender as a parallel to the struggles of homophile organizations, similar but distinctly separate. So, LGBT people staged a small riot at the Cooper Donuts Cafe in LA in 1959 in response to police harassment. In a larger 1966 event in San Francisco, drag queens, hustlers, and trans women were sitting in Compton's cafeteria when the police arrived to arrest people appearing to be physically male who were dressed as women. A riot ensued with the cafeteria patrons slinging cups, plates, and saucers and breaking the plexiglass windows in front of the restaurant and returning several days later to smash the windows again after they were replaced. Professor Susan Stryker classifies the Compton's cafeteria riot as an quote, an act of transgender discrimination rather than an act of discrimination against sexual orientation, end quote. It connects the uprising to issues of gender, race, and class that were being downplayed by homophile organizations, and it also marked the beginning of transgender activism in San Francisco. So, Greenwich Village, which I believe is where Rent takes place, if I remember Rent correctly.
Greenwich Village?
Yeah. I think, is it that where Rent is taking place?
I thought it was Alphabet City.
Maybe it was that place then. It wasn't Greenwich Village.
Oh, Google.
I don't remember. I didn't watch Rent again. Which anyway, that's my favorite musical. But anyway, so
I'll behave.
So this place, Greenwich Village and Harlem, they were home to sizable gay and lesbian populations after World War I. When people who have served in the military took advantage of the opportunity to settle.
It was East Village. East Village. Okay.
Oh, East Village. Yeah. Okay, now, you're right. It is East Village. Watch Rent. God damn it. Do it. Anyway, just do it.
I'm not gonna do it. I was about to do the Shia LaBeouf thing.
Just don't let your dreams be dreams. Don't let your memes be memes.
Just do it.
Just do it.
Just.
I'm already
do it. I know, okay. All right.
I'm already saying I'm not even halfway through.
Okay, good. You're good.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm sorry.
When people who served in the military took advantage of the opportunity to settle in larger cities. The enclaves of gay men and lesbians, described by a newspaper story as, quote, short-haired women and long-haired men, developed a distinct subculture through the following 2 decades. Prohibition inadvertently befitted gay establishments as drinking alcohol, cheers, was pushed underground along with other behaviors that was considered immoral. New York City passed laws against homosexuality in public and private businesses, but because alcohol was in high demand, speakeasies and impromptu drinking establishments were so numerous and temporary that authorities were unable to police them all. However, these raids by the police continued, which resulted in the closure of iconic establishments such as E's Hangout in 1926. The social repression of the 1950s resulted in a cultural revolution in Greenwich Village. A cohort of poets, later named the Beat Poets, wrote about the evils of the social organization at the time, glorifying anarchy, drugs, and hedonistic pleasures over unquestioning social compliance, consumerism, and closet-mindedness. Of them, Allen Ginsberg and William S. Burroughs, both who were both Greenwich Village residents. They also wrote bluntly and honestly about homosexuality. Their writings attracted sympathetic, liberal-minded people as well as homosexuals looking for a community. By the early 1960s, a campaign to rid New York City of gay bars was in full effect by order of Mayor Robert F. Wagner Jr., who was concerned about the image of the city in preparation for the 1964 World's Fair. This city also revoked liquor licenses of the bars, and undercover police officers worked to entrap as many homosexual men as possible, which fucking bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And so basically, if you don't know what entrapment is, entrapment usually consisted of an undercover officer who would find a man in a bar or a public park, just a public place in general, and engage him in conversation. And if this conversation that they were having headed towards a possibility that they might leave together, or if the officer bought the man a drink, the man was arrested for solicitation.
What the fuck?
According to yeah. So basically, it was like trapping them, like how they do in cops, where they would have or to catch a predator, where they would have like a decoy, and they would have this decoy lead someone to whatever they were like looking out for, like whatever if
the decoy is just like, oh no, my parents aren't home.
Yeah.
Do you wanna sit down? I'll be right back. I just need to get something. And then Chris Hansen comes out. It's just like, why don't you take a seat? Take a seat right there.
Why don't you take a seat right there? I made some cookies. Want some? I have the transcript right here, sir. I was just going to the beach. No, I have the transcript.
I was just gonna pick up some cupcakes.
I was just going to the beach. I don't want this cookie anyway.
I was just gonna get a cupcake and go home.
Because the Predator is gold. Even though Chris Hansen is a piece of shit. It's gold.
He's not the greatest.
He's not the greatest person.
No, he somehow sabotaged a whole year's worth of investigation on a certain YouTuber, but
and he got arrested for like fraud or some shit.
Yeah, he did.
Or for not for paying his taxes, I think. I don't remember.
Was it tax evasion?
He got arrested for it. Yeah, tax evasion, I think that's what it was.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm eating Reese's right now because, like I said, I'm PMSing.
She needs her chocolate.
Like, I need my chocolate, and I'm eating my last one. But I got turtles downstairs, so I'll probably eat those later. So yes, Chris Hansen is a piece of shit, and entrapment is wrong. And not funnily, but sadly enough, entrapment is still going on to this day. Like, because I go on Twitter quite often because I like reading just about shenanigans. And I come across this side of Twitter where there's accounts that are made by anonymous people. And they would try to basically pretend a lot of them are men, cis men. Let's just be real. They pretend to be women to get and they would make like fake Snapchats and this everything to lure men to send them inappropriate pictures and videos. They would save these and they would leak them and basically trap these men who do not know that they're talking to, they think they're talking to a girl, but in actuality are talking to like a guy in his 20s who is just trapping men because he has nothing better to do with his life. And basically leak these pictures and basically use them for blackmail. And a lot of the time you would have if these guys find out, they would have to pay to get their stuff removed. And I wish I was kidding. So it still happens.
If you do that shit, I'm gonna say that if you do that shit, that ain't right. You ain't shit.
Yeah, they do it, and they just do it because they're bored.
Exactly,
or like someone did them dirty, and they, like an ex-friend did them dirty, and they want to get revenge. It's absolute bullshit. So yes, entrapment is still a thing. So. According to a story in the New York Post, this story described an arrest in a gym locker room where the officer grabbed this other man's crotch, and this officer was making noises. And when this man whose crotch was grabbed by this undercover officer asked him if he was okay, the man that asked him if he was alright got arrested. Let that sink in. All I will say is ACAB. But anyway, so few lawyers would at this time a few lawyers would defend cases as undesirable as these, and some of those lawyers kicked back their fees to the arresting officer. The Mattachine Society succeeded in gaining newly elected Mayor John Lindsay to end the campaign of police entrapment in New York City. They had a more difficult time with the New York State Liquor Authority, while no laws prohibited serving homosexuals. Courts allowed the SLA direction in approving and revoking liquor licenses for businesses that might become, quote, disorderly. Despite the high population of gay men and lesbians who call Greenwich Village home, very few places existed other than bars where they were able to congregate openly without being harassed or arrested. In 1966, the New York Mattachine held a, quote, a sip-in at a Greenwich Village bar named Julius, which was frequented by gay men to illustrate the discrimination that these men face. None of the bars frequented by gay men and lesbians were owned by gay people. Almost all of them were owned and controlled by the mafia, the American mafia, I should say, who treated the regulars poorly, watered down the liquor, and overcharged for drinks. However, they also paid off police to prevent frequent raids. So yeah, these places were pretty much owned by the mafia, which before, like, I didn't know, because I watched like The Godfather, and so I thought like the mafia wasn't like real. I thought it was just like made up for like movies and stuff.
Are you serious?
Yeah. And so I'm so serious. Listen, I sheltered life. I had a very sheltered life. Like I didn't know, and then like I started watching, and then I thought it was just made up for like movies like for The Godfather. Like that's what I had. Because listen, I grew up very sheltered, so I didn't really know
you
anything.
learned about prohibition in the 20s, though. That's when they really boomed.
And yet I still was like,
it's just a movie.
Yeah, because clearly I had a shelter life, and then when I started, like, because then I started watching Mafia Lives, and then they talked about the Mafia, and I was just like, okay, the Mafia is real or whatever. Like, and then that's when I started learning that the Mafia, like the American Mafia, pretty much controlled, I should say, everything. And then you have to be like careful because like you get whacked if you say like a certain thing or whatever, you use something wrong, you get whacked. That's
Kris, you serious?
And that's what I remember that from The Godfather. Like, you say or you do something wrong, you get whacked. Like, and
you
then like drive by.
You didn't know this was a thing.
Listen, I'm an idiot. I am an idiot, and I will gladly take that fact. Like, I will gladly admit that I'm an idiot. Everybody, even though I get yelled at,
Kris,
for calling myself an idiot.
Kris.
And I'm dead ass. Like,
Kris.
I get yelled at for calling myself an idiot and saying I only have one brain cell. And so I'm not allowed to say that because I have to say that I'm smart. Yes. But I know I'm not smart.
You are smart, but Kris.
I know. And I'm going to cry about it later on because clearly I'm a fucking idiot.
Oh, stop it. Don't cry. What are you crying for? And what are you crying for? Stop crying.
Listen, I have a cry schedule. We talked about this. I have a cry schedule. I have to cry because if I don't cry, then I'm going to make myself sick. Okay. So I have to cry.
That's fine.
So,
you can have your cry schedule. That's okay. If you need to cry, cry. You shouldn't feel ashamed for crying.
I'm going to cry at 8 p.m. tonight. Hopefully. Maybe 7 p.m. I don't know. I usually cry at 8 p.m. But yes. The long story is that Kris is an idiot that only has one brain cell, and
Kris didn't know the Mafia was an actual thing.
I thought it was just something that fucking The Godfather or Scarface, well, not so much Scarface, but The Godfather.
You never see you didn't like fucking what's his name, Al Capone.
Oh, I do know, but like
Capone?
I knew.
Was it Al Capone?
But the only thing I knew about Al Capone was when the first time I went to Mexico when I was 17. We went to my aunt and I, the one that I told you about that ruined my birthday. We did the shopping and the winery tour, and there's an underground like winery, and there's underneath this building, and this building was supposedly Al Capone's, like, I think it was like his vacation home or his like home that he went to escape the feds. But they turned it into like a tourist attraction, and you can still go there. It's in Ensenada, Mexico. But there's like a winery. It's actually very gorgeous. Like, the courtyard is huge. Mm-hmm. But there's like a winery, so like you go through the building and then there's stairs. You go down the stairs, and then there's like the winery and stuff. But that's all I really know. And I'm sorry, I'm a fucking idiot.
Okay, no, don't be sorry.
And I feel bad about it. I already feel bad about my fucking self, but I feel 10 times worse.
Why?
Sorry. But yeah, so long story short, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot sandwich. I'm just gonna change my name. My middle name's an idiot sandwich. Like, it's fine, Kristen.
No,
idiot sandwich. I'm sorry, Mother. I know you gave me a beautiful middle name.
Now you got Mama Gigi all disappointed that you didn't know about the Mafia shit. That was actually real.
Actually, I'm gonna change my name on Discord from the name I have now to the idiot sandwich.
No.
I'm gonna do it. Like, it's gonna be a thing.
She didn't know.
It's gonna be a thing because clearly I'm an idiot. So I'll cry about it later. It's fine.
Don't cry.
Don't worry.
Oh,
Yes, I am. Gigi, listen. I am, and I'm not gonna take no for an answer.
No.
I'm gonna cry about it later. It's fine. I just need to get it out of my system.
Yeah, so what? You lived like a sheltered enough life that.
Listen, I didn't know.
Yeah, you just lived a sheltered life that apparently you didn't know about prohibition, and and you know about the American gangsters. You thought it was all fake.
Because like the thing is, my high school, we kind of learned about prohibition, but it was kind of like one of those things you would like brush past, and then like because we learned about it for like a second, and then we just moved on to like the Great Depression and Rosie the Riveter and all that stuff. We didn't like go into depth about prohibition from what I can remember.
Hey, to be fair, everything needs to come from. I believe The Godfather. Well, Scarface was like definitely heavily influenced by Al Capone, but
Yeah.
but I believe The Godfather was originally a book.
I think so. I could be wrong. I'm gonna look that up later.
Yes, it was a book. It was a book. It was a book. It was a novel by Mario Puzo. Mario Puzo that came out in 1969.
We went to the moon in 1969 and 1968. Anyway.
Went to the moon. Anyways, keep going. Back about a historical moment for the gay people.
Okay, so Stonewall. So, I believe Stonewall is still standing to this day. So the Stonewall Inn, that is located at 51 and 53 Christopher Street, along with several establishments in the city, was owned by the Genovese crime family. In 1966, three members of the mafia, not 3-6 Mafia, invested $3,500 to turn the Stonewall Inn into a gay bar. After it had been a restaurant and a nightclub for street people. Once a week, a police officer would collect envelopes of cash as a payoff known as a gayola, as the Stonewall Inn had no liquor license. It also had no running water behind the bar. Dirty glasses were run through tubs of water and immediately reused. So, yeah. They had no running water. They didn't do the dishes. They just like took the cup, scooped it in the water, tubs of water, be like, oh, it's clean, and then like served drinks in it. But wait, Tiff, there's more. There's more. There's more. You're gonna get even more mad or disgusted, whatever. So there were also no fire exits, and the toilets overran consistently. Which, make of that what you will. So, yeah. Though the bar was not used for prostitution, drug sales, and other, quote, cash transactions, took place. It was the only bar for gay men in New York City where dancing was allowed. Dancing was its main draw since its reopening as a gay club. Or as Defunct Glenn said, homosexual fast dancing. whatever. What like subscribe to Defunctland. Defunctland is great. I love Defunctland. Their stuff is just chef's kiss.
Mwah, beautiful.
So good. Like he puts a lot in his work, and I feel like he's very underrated.
He's very underrated.
Which I don't understand. Like
because Minecraft.
Yes, and the algorithm. But I feel like, because I like watching like theme park like history things, because that stuff kind of fascinates me. And Defunctland is probably my number one favorite, and I'm so glad that he branched out and talked about other topics, especially like Defunctland TV or Defunct TV. I love that whole series he's doing because it's just nothing but nostalgia for me. But I absolutely love and adore, because he's done stuff on shows where like I don't remember it, like the name of the show, but I remember it was about. And so he'll do videos on like the one that he did last week on Rough with our Fetch with our friend.
Yeah.
But yeah, Fetch. Yeah. I was like, oh, I remember that show. Or Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego? Which I wanted to so bad as a kid. Like when I was younger. I wanted to be on the show. Yeah. And it made me like
we'll talk more about this afterwards, because we're getting off topic.
Afterwards, because there's a lot.
Subscribe to Defunctland, but we need to get back on topic.
Subscribe to Defunctland. So, in 1969, visitors to the Stonewall Inn, they were greeted by a bouncer who inspected them through a peephole in the door. The legal drinking age at this time was 18, and to avoid unwittingly letting in undercover cops who they called names like Lily Law, Alice Blue Gown, or Betty Badge, visitors would have had to be known by the doorman or, quote, look gay. Whatever that means. Like, whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah.
The entrance fee on weekends was $3, for which the customer received 2 tickets that could be exchanged for 2 drinks. Patrons were also required to sign their names in a book to prove that the bar was a private, quote, bottle club, but they rarely signed their real names, so they used a lot of fake names. There was also 2 dance floors in the Stonewall. The interior was painted black, which made it very dark inside, with black lights, but they're also known as pulsing gel lights. If police were spotted, regular white lights were turned on, signaling that everyone should stop dancing or touching. In the back of the bar, there was a smaller room that was frequented by queens, like dry queens. And it was one of 2 bars where effeminate men who wore makeup and teased their hair, though dressed in men's clothing, could go. Only a few T-word or men in drag in full drag were allowed by the bouncers. The customers of the Stonewall were 98% male, but a few lesbians sometimes came to the bar. Younger homeless adolescent males who slept in nearby Christopher Park would often try to get in so customers would buy them drinks. The age of the clientele ranged between the upper teens and early 30s, and the racial mix was evenly distributed among white, black, and Hispanic patrons. Because of its even mix of people, its location, and the attraction of dancing, the Stonewall Inn was mainly known by many as the gay bar in the city. Police raids on gay bars were frequent, occurring on average once a month for each bar. Many bars kept extra liquor in a secret panel behind the bar or in a car down the block to facilitate resuming businesses as quickly as possible if alcohol was seized. Bar management usually knew about raids beforehand due to police tip-offs and raids occurring early enough in the evening that the business could commerce after the police had finished. And during a typical raid, the lights were turned on and customers were lined up and their identification cards were checked. And those without IDs or dressed in full drag were arrested. Um, Others were allowed to leave. Some of the men, including those in drag, used their draft cards as identification. And just real quick, um,
Mm-hmm.
it's basic draft cards are basically are if you're in the military, you would have a card, certain card. It's like an ID card, and they would flash the card and be like, "Okay, you're good." Um,
Okay.
so women, they were required to wear three pieces of feminine clothing and would be arrested if found not wearing them.
The fuck?
Employees and management, yeah. So women who were there, they were required to wear three pieces of like feminine clothing, so like maybe like a bra and a dress and earrings or whatever. And if
Okay.
they didn't wear three of those things, they were arrested.
Ew.
Yeah,
Disgusting.
it's absolutely disgusting.
Anyways, continue.
But
Fucking
anyway,
gross, though.
employees and management of the bars, they were also typically arrested. The period immediately before June 28th, 1969, which is where Stonewall riots began, was marked by frequent raids of local bars, including a raid at the Stonewall Inn on the Tuesday before the riots, and the closing of the Checkerboard, the Telestar, and two other clubs in Greenwich Village. Historian David Carter presents information indicating that the mafia owners of the Stonewall and the managers that were blackmailing wealthier customers, particularly those who worked in the financial district. They appeared to be making more money from extortion than they were from liquor sales in the bar. Carter deduces that when the police were unable to receive kickbacks from blackmail and the theft of, of negotiable bonds, excuse me, but that was facilitated by presuming gay Wall Street customers, they decided to close the Stonewall Inn permanently. So now we're going to get into the riots. Okay, so the police raid. So, two undercover police women and two undercover policemen entered the bar early that evening to gather visual evidence as the public moral squad waited outside for the signal. Once ready, the undercover officers called for backup from the 6th precinct using the bar's pay telephone. Stonewall employees do not recall being tipped off that a raid was to occur that night, as it was the custom. According to Duberman, there was a rumor that one might happen, but since it was much later that the raids later than the raids would generally take place, Stonewall management thought this was inaccurate. At 1:20 a.m. on Saturday, June 28th, 1969, four plainclothes policemen in dark suits, two patrol officers in uniform, and Detective Charles Smythe and Deputy Inspector Seymour Pine arrived at the Stonewall Inn's double doors and announced, quote, "Police, we're taking the place," end quote. The music was turned off and the main lights were turned on. Approximately 205 people were in the bar that night. Patrons who had never experienced a police raid were confused. A few who realized what was happening began to run for doors and windows in the bathrooms, but police barred the doors. Um, and this is a quote from Michael Fader, who was there at the time of the riots. So Michael Fader says, "Things happened so fast you kind of got caught not knowing. All of a sudden there were police there, and we were told to all get in lines and to have our identification ready to be led out of the bar. But the raid did not go as planned. Standard procedure was to line up the patrons, check their IDs, and have female police officers take customers who were dressed as women to the bathroom to verify their sex, or their gender. upon which any people appearing to be physically male and dressed as women would be arrested. So trans, drag queens, etc. Those dressed as women that night refused to go with the officers. Men in line began to refuse their identificate their IDs. The police decided to take everyone present to the police station after separating the suspected of cross-dressing, which I hate that term, in a room in the back of the bar. Maria Ritter, whose family did not know that she identified as a woman, recalled, quote, my biggest fear was that I would get arrested. My second biggest fear was that my picture would be in a newspaper or on a television report in my mother's dress, end quote. Both patrons and police recalled that a sense of discomfort spread very quickly, spurred by police who began to assault some of the lesbians by, quote, feeling some of them up inappropriately while frisking them, which absolutely disgusting. Yeah.
That's so fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah. It's vile.
It's vile. It's fucked up.
It's
Jesus
so
fucking
fucking vile. The police were to transport the bar's alcohol in patrol wagons. So 28 cases of beer and 19 bottles of hard liquor were seized, but the patrol wagons had not yet arrived. So patrons were required to wait in line for about 15 minutes. Those who were not arrested were released from the front door, but they did not leave quickly as usual. Instead, they stopped outside and a crowd began to grow and watch. Within minutes, between 100 and 150 people had congregated outside. Some after they were released from inside the stone wall, and some after noticing the police cars and crowd. Although the police forcibly pushed or kicked some patrons out of the bar, some customers released by the police performed for the crowd by posing and saluting the police in an exaggerated fashion. The crowd's applause encouraged them further. Quote, wrists were limp, hair was primped, and reactions to the applause were classic, which that quote, yes, queen. Yes. I love it's so good. Yes. When the first patrol wagon arrived, Inspector Pine recalled that the crowd, most of them who they were gay, had grown to at least 10 times the number of people who were arrested, and they all became very quiet. Confusion over radio communication delayed the arrival of a second wagon. The police began escorting mafia members into the first wagon to the cheers of the bystanders. Next, regular employees were loaded into the wagon. A bystander shouted, quote, gay power. Someone began singing, we shall overcome, and the crowd reacted with amusement and general good humor mixed with, quote, growing and insensitive hostility, unquote. An officer shoved a T-word who responded by hitting him on the head with her purse as the crowd began to boo. According to Arthur Edmund White, who was passing by, they recalled, quote, everyone's restless, angry, and high-spirited. No one has a slogan. No one even has an attitude, but something's brewing, end quote. Pennies, then beer bottles, were thrown at the wagon as a rumor spread through the crowd that patrons still inside the bar were being beaten. A fight broke out when a woman in handcuffs was escorted from the door of the bar to the waiting police wagon several times. She escaped repeatedly and fought with 4 of the police, swearing and shouting for about 10 minutes. I'm not gonna say what she was described as, because it's disgusting and it's not my place, and so I feel like it wouldn't be appropriate of me to say these words.
Mm-hmm.
She had been hit on the head by an officer with a baton for, as one witness claimed, complaining that the handcuffs were too tight. Bystanders recalled that the woman, whose identity remains unknown, but some people identify this person as Storme de la Verre. I think I'm saying that right. If I'm not, I'm sorry. Languages are not my thing. Well, not my thing. I'm very bad at languages. So this name was identified, but accounts vary. So we don't know for sure. Sparked the crowd to fight when she looked at bystanders and shouted, quote, "Why don't you guys do something?" End quote. After an officer picked her up and heaved her into the back of the wagon, the crowd became a mob and went, quote, berserk. It was at that moment that the scene became explosive. The police tried to restrain some of the crowd, knocking a few people down, which incited bystanders even more. Some of those handcuffed in the wagon escaped when police left them unattended, deliberately, according to some witnesses. As the crowd tried to overrun the police wagon, 2 police cars in the wagon with a few slashed tires left immediately, with Inspector Pine urging them to return as soon as possible. The commotion attracted more people who learned what was happening. Someone in the crowd declared that the bar had been raided because, quote, they didn't pay off the cops, end quote, to which someone else yelled, quote, let's pay them off, end quote. Coins sailed through the air towards the police as the crowd shouted pigs and, not going to say that word, cops, F-word cops. Beer cans were thrown and the police lashed out, dispersing some of the crowd who found a construction site nearby with stacks of bricks. The police outnumbered between 500 and 600 people, grabbed several people, including folk singer and mentor of Bob Dylan, Dave Van Ronk, who had been attracted to the revolt from a bar 2 doors away from the Stonewall. Though Van Ronk was not gay, he had experienced police violence when he participated in anti-war demonstrations. He said, quote, as far as I was concerned, anybody who'd stand against the cops was all right with me, and that's why I stayed in. Every time he turned around, the cops were pulling some outrage or another. End quote. Van Ronk was one of the 13 that was arrested that night. 10 police officers, including 2 policewomen, barricaded themselves. Van Ronk, Howard Smith, who was a writer for the Village Voice, and several handcuffed detainees inside the Stonewall Inn for their own safety. So there has been multiple accounts of the riots in question. There's a lot. And so multiple accounts of the riot assert that there was no pre-existing organization or apparent cause for the demonstration. What ensued was spontaneous. And this is a quote from Michael Fader. We all had a collective feeling that like we had enough of this kind of shit. It wasn't anything tangible anybody said to anyone else. It was just kind of like everything over the years have come to a head on that one particular night in the one particular place, and it was not an organized demonstration. Everyone in the crowd felt that we were never going to go back. It was like the last straw. It was time to reclaim something that had always been taken from us. All kinds of people, all different reasons, but mostly it was total outrage, anger, sorrow, everything combined, and everything just kind of ran its course. It was the police who were doing most of the destruction. We were really trying to get back in and break free. And we felt that we had freedom at last, or freedom to at least show that we demanded freedom. We weren't going to be walking meekly in the night and letting them shove us around. It's like standing your ground for the first time and in a really strong way, and that's what caught the police by surprise. There was something in the air, a freedom a long time overdue, and we were going to fight for it. It took different forms, but the bottom line was we weren't going to go away, and we didn't. The only known photograph taken during the first night of the riots was taken by freelance photographer Joseph um, A. And this photograph shows the homeless gay youth who slept in nearby Christopher Park, scuffling with the police. Jackie, and then there's a person named Jackie Carmona and Tommy, who are in this photographs. The Mattachine Society newsletter a month later offered its explanation of why the riots occurred. It said, quote, "It catered largely to a group of people who are not welcome in or cannot afford other places of homosexual social gathering. The stone wall became home to these kids. When it was raided, they fought for it. That and the fact that they had nothing to lose other than the most tolerant and broad-minded gay place in town explains why." End quote. Garbage cans, garbage, bottles, rocks, and bricks were hurled at the building, breaking windows. Witnesses attest that Queens, hustlers, and gay street kids, the most outcast people in the gay community, were responsible for the first volley of projectiles, as well as the uprooting of a parking meter used as a battering ram on the doors of the Stonewall Inn. And Sylvia Rivera, who we talked about earlier, she remembers, quote, "You've been treating us like shit all these years? Now it's our turn. It was one of the greatest moments of my life." End quote. The mob lit garbage on fire and stuffed it through the broken windows as police grabbed a fire hose. Because it had no water pressure, the hose was ineffective in dispersing the crowd and seemed only to encourage them. And now this is where we're getting this. It's just escalating more and more. So, the Tactical Patrol Force, or TPF, of the New York City Police Department, they arrived to free the police that was trapped inside the Stonewall. One officer's eye was cut, and a few others were bruised from being struck by flying debris. Bob Colfer, who at the time was walking his dog by the Stonewall, saw the TPF arrive. He said, quote, "I had been in enough riots to know that the fun was over. The cops were totally humiliated. This never ever happened. They were angrier than I guess they had ever been, because everybody else that had rioted, but the fairies were supposed to riot. No group had ever forced the cops to retreat before, so the anger was just enormous. I mean, they wanted to kill." End quote.
Dang.
With larger numbers, police detained anyone they could and put them in patrol wagons to go to jail. Though Inspector Pine recalled, quote, "Fights erupted with the T word, who wouldn't go into the patrol wagon," end quote. His recollection was corroborated by another witness across the street who said, quote, "All I could see about was who was fighting, that it was T-word, and they were fighting furiously," end quote. The TPF formed a phalanx, I think that's how you say it, and attempted to clear the streets by marching slowly and pushing the crowd back. The mob openly mocked the police. God bless them. The crowd cheered, started impromptu kick lines, and sang to the tune of Tarara Boom Die. Quote, "We are the Stonewall Girls. We wear our hair in curls. We don't wear underwear. We show our pubic hair." I fucking love that so much. Lucian Truscott reported in the Village Voice, A stagnant situation that brought on some gay tomfoolery in the form of a chorus line facing the line of Helmont Avenue, end quote. One participant who had been in the Stonewall during the raid recalled, quote, "The police rushed us, and that's when I realized this is not a good thing to do, because they got me in the back with a nightstick," end quote. Another account stated, I quote, "I just can't ever get that one sight out of my mind. The cops with the nightsticks and the kick line on the other side. It was the most amazing thing. And all of a sudden, that kick line, which I guess was a spoof on the machismo, I think that's when I felt rage, because people were getting smashed were getting smashed with bats. And for what? A kick line," end quote. Craig Rodwell, who owned the Oscar Wilde Memorial Bookshop, reported police chase participants through the crooked streets, only to see them appear around the next corner behind the police. Members of the mob stopped cars, overturning them to block Christopher Street. Jack Nichols and Clark, in their call printed in Screw, declared that, quote, "Massive crowds of angry protesters chased the police for blocks screaming, quote, 'Catch them,' end quote." By 4 a.m, the streets had nearly been cleared. Many people sat on stoops or gathered nearby in Christopher Park throughout the morning, dazed in disbelief at what had transpired. Many witnesses remembered the surreal and eerie quiet that descended upon Christopher Street, though there continued to be electricity in the air. One commented, quote, "There was a certain beauty in the aftermath of the riot. It was obvious, at least to me, that a lot of people really were gay, and, this was our street," end quote. 13 people have been arrested, some in the crowd were hospitalized, and 4 police officers were injured. Almost everything in the Stonewall Inn was broken. Inspector Pine had intended to close and dismantle the Stonewall Inn that night. Payphones, toilets, mirrors, jukeboxes, and cigarette machines were all smashed, possibly in the riot and possibly by the police. So, night 2 of rioting, and this is where Marsha P. Johnson comes in. So, during the siege of the Stonewall, Craig Rodwell called the New York Times, the New York Post, and the Daily News to inform them what was happening. All 3 papers covered the riots. The Daily News placed coverage on the front page. News of the riot spread quickly throughout Greenwich Village, fueled by rumors that it had been organized by the Students for a Democratic Society, the Black Panthers, or triggered by a, quote, "a homosexual officer whose roommate went dancing at the Stonewall against the officer's wishes," end quote. Excuse me. All day Saturday, June 28th, people came to stare at the burned and blackened Stonewall Inn. Graffiti appeared on the walls of the bar declaring, quote, "Drag power," quote, "they invaded our rights," "support gay power," and "legalize gay bars," along with accusations of police looting, and regarding the status of the bar, "we are open." The next night, rioting surrounded Christopher Street. Participants remember differently which night was more frantic or violent. Many of the same people returned from the previous evening, hustlers, street youth, and Queens, but they were also joined by police provocateurs, curious bystanders, and even tourists. Remarkable to many was the sudden exhibition of homosexual affection in public, as described by one witness. Quote, "From going to places where you just had to knock on a door and speak to someone through a peephole in order to get in, we were just out. We were in the street," end quote. Thousands of people had gathered in front of the Stonewall, which had opened again, choking Christopher Street until the crowd spilled into adjoining blocks. The throng surrounded buses and cars, harassing the occupants unless they either admitted they were gay or indicated their support for the demonstrators. So, our queen, Marsha P. Johnson, who, along with Zazu Nova and Jackie Hormona, was one of the, quote, 3 individuals known to have been of the vanguard, end quote, of the pushback against the police, climbed a lamppost and dropped a heavy bag onto the hood of a police car, shattering the windshield. Um, as on the previous evening, fires were started in garbage cans throughout the neighborhood. More than 100 police were present from the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 9th precincts, but after 2 in the morning, the TPF arrived again. Kick lines and police chases waxed and waned when police captured demonstrators, whom the majority of witnesses described as, I'm not going to say that, or swishies, end quote. The crowd surged to recapture them. Street battling ensued again until 4 in the morning. Beat poet and longtime Greenwich Village resident Allen Ginsberg lived on Christopher Street and happened upon the jubilant chaos. After he learned of the riot that had occurred the previous evening, he stated, quote, "Gay power, isn't that great? It's about time we did something to assert ourselves," end quote, and visited the open Stonewall Inn for the first time. While walking home, he declared to Lucian Truscott, quote, "You know, the guys there were so beautiful. They've lost that wounded look, that word I will not say, all had 10 years ago," end quote. So now we know how Marsha P. Johnson started this. So we're gonna get into her. We're gonna go back to Marsha P. Johnson and her part in the Stonewall riot. Johnson was one of the first drag queens to go to the Stonewall Inn after they began allowing women and drag queens inside. And at this time, it was only a bar for only gay men. So the first 2 nights of the Stonewall Uprising, they were the most intense. And this just resulted in a series of spontaneous demonstrations and marches through the gay neighborhoods of Greenwich Village for about a week. Johnson was named, along with Zazu Nova and Jackie Hormona, by a number of the Stonewall veterans that was interviewed by David Carter in his book called Stonewall: The Riots That Sparked the Gay Revolution, as, quote, being 3 individuals known to have been in the vanguard of the pushback.
I'll be right back. You keep going.
Okay. Against the police at the uprising. Johnson denied starting the uprising. In 1987, Johnson recalled arriving at around 2 a.m. that morning. The riots had already started by that time, and the Stonewall building was on fire after police set it on fire. The riot supposedly stated that around 1:20 in the morning, after Storme de la Verre, I think I say that, I don't know, don't come for me, fought back against the police officer who attempted to arrest her that night. Carter writes that Robin Souza had reported that fellow Stonewall veterans and gay activists such as Morty Manford and Marty Robertson had told Sousa that on that night, Johnson, quote, threw a shot glass at a mirror in the torch bar, screaming, quote, "I got my civil rights," end quote. Sousa told the Gay Activist Alliance shortly afterwards that, quote, "it was the shot glass that was heard around the world." Carter, however, concluded that that Robertson had given several different accounts of the night, and in none of the accounts was Johnson's name brought up, possibly in fear that if he publicly credited the uprising to Johnson, then Johnson's well-known mental state and gender nonconforming, quote, could have been used effectively by the movement's opponents. The alleged, quote, shot glass incident had also been heavily disputed. Prior to Carter's book, it was claimed that Johnson had, quote, thrown a brick at a police officer but this account was never verified. Johnson also confirmed not being present at the Stonewall Inn when the rioting broke out, but instead had heard about it and went to get Sylvia Rivera, who was at a park uptown sleeping on a bench, to tell her about it. However, many have corroborated that on the second night, Johnson climbed up a lamppost and dropped a bag with a brick in it down on a police car, shattering the windshield. Following the Stonewall Uprising, Johnson joined the Gay Liberation Front and was active in the GLF Drag Queen Caucus. On the first anniversary of the Stonewall Rebellion on June 28, 1970, Johnson marched in the first gay pride rally, then called the Christopher Street Liberation Day. One of Johnson's most notable direct actions occurred in August 1970, staging a sit-in protest at Weinstein Hall in New York University alongside GLF members after administrators canceled a dance when they found out that was sponsored by a gay organization. Shortly after that, Johnson and close friend Sylvia Rivera co-founded STAR, which stands for the Street T-Word Action Revolutionaries. The two of them became a visible gay presence at gay liberation marches and other radical political actions. In 1973, Johnson and Rivera were banned from participating in the Gay Pride Parade by the Gay and Lesbian Committee, who were administering the event, stating that they, quote, weren't going to allow drag queens, end quote, at their marches, claiming they were, quote, giving them a bad name. Their response was to march defiantly ahead of the parade. During a gay rights rally in New York City Hall in the early 70s, photographed by Diana Davies, a reporter asked Johnson why the group was demonstrating. Johnson shouted into the microphone, quote, darling, I want my gay rights now, end quote. During another incident around this time, Johnson was confronted by police officers for hustling in New York when the officers attempted to perform an arrest. Johnson hit them with a handbag which contained 2 bricks. When asked by the judge for an explanation for hustling, Johnson claimed to be trying to secure enough money for a tombstone for Johnson's husband. During a time where same-sex marriage was illegal in the U.S., the judge asked, quote, what happened to this alleged husband? Johnson responded, quote, pig shot him, end quote. Initially sentenced to 90 days in prison for the assault, Johnson's lawyer eventually convinced the judge that Bellevue Hospital would be more suitable. With Rivera, John established the Star House, which was a shelter for gay and trans street kids in 1972. And paid the rent for it with money they made themselves as sex workers. While the house was not focused on performance, Johnson was a drag mother of Star House, in the long-standing tradition of chosen family in the Black and Latino LGBT community, which we talked about when we did Drag Queen Crimes, and I talked a little bit about the drag community. Mm-hmm. Johnson worked to provide food, clothing, emotional support, and a sense of family for the young drag queens, trans women, gender nonconformists, and other gay street kids living on the Christopher Street docks or in their house on the Lower East Side of New York. In the 80s, Johnson continued to play an active part in street activism as a respected organizer and marshal with ACT UP. And ACT UP is a international political group that is working to end the AIDS pandemic. In 92, when George Segal's Stonewall Memorial was moved to Christopher Street from Ohio to recognize the gay liberation movement, Johnson commented, quote, how many people have died for these 2 little statues to be put in the park to recognize gay people? How many years does it take for people to see that we're all brothers and sisters and human beings in the human race? I mean, how many years does it take for people to see that we're all in this rat race together? End quote. So, okay. And by 1966, Johnson lived on the streets and engaged in basically, it's called, the terminology is called survivor sex, but it's a form of sex work, which a person does because they need money for food, shelter, just basically basic needs. And also in connection with sex work, Johnson, which is real work, by the way, Johnson claimed to have been arrested over 100 times and was also shot once. In the late 1970s, Johnson spoke of first having a mental breakdown in 1970. According to Bob Colher, Johnson will walk naked up Christopher Street and be taken away for 2 or 3 months to be treated with chlorpromazine, which is an antipsychotic medication. Upon returning, the medication will wear off over the course of 1 month, and Johnson will then return to normal. Between 1980 and Johnson's death in 1992, Johnson lived with a friend named Randy Wicker, who invited Johnson to stay the night one time when it was very cold out, about 10 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 12 degrees Celsius. Though generally regarded as genuine and warm-hearted insanity under the martial persona, Johnson's angry, violent side would sometimes emerge when Johnson was depressed or under severe stress. Some felt that it was more common for this to happen under Johnson's, quote, male persona as Malcolm, end quote. During those moments where Johnson's violent side emerged, according to an acquaintance who was named Robert Heidi, Johnson could be aggressive and short-tempered and speak in a deeper voice, and, as Malcolm would, quote, become a very nasty, vicious man looking for fights, end quote. This dual personality of Johnson's has been described as a schizophrenic personality at work. When this happened, Johnson would often get in fights and wound up hospitalized and sedated, and friends would have to organize and raise money to bail Johnson out of jail or try to secure release from places like the Bellevue. In the article called The Drag of Politics, which was written in 1979 by the Village Voice, and it was written by Stephen Watson, and further elaborated upon Stonewall historian Carter. It had perhaps been for this reason that other activists have been reluctant at first to credit Johnson for helping to spark the gay liberation movement of the early 70s. Watson also reported that Johnson's sanity with personality was volatile and listed a roster of gay bars for which Johnson had been banned. At the time of Johnson's death in 1992, Johnson was said to be increasingly sick and in a fragile state, according to Randy Wicker. Shortly after the 1992 Pride Parade, Johnson's body was discovered floating in the Hudson River. Initially, the police initially ruled the death as a suicide, but Johnson's friends and other members of the local community insisted that Johnson was not suicidal and noted that the back of Johnson's head had a massive wound. According to Sylvia Rivera, their friend Bob Colher believed Johnson had committed death by suicide due to an ever-increasing fragile state, which Rivera herself disputed, claiming that she and Johnson had, quote, made a pact to, quote, cross the River Jordan, aka Hudson River, together. Those who were close to Johnson considered the death suspicious. Many claimed that while Johnson did struggle mentally, this did not manifest itself as suicidal. Randy Rooker later said that Johnson may have hallucinated and walked into the river, or may have jumped into the river to escape harassers, but stated that Johnson was never suicidal. Several people have came forward to say that they have seen Johnson harassed by a group of thugs who had also robbed people. According to Wicker, a witness saw a neighborhood resident fighting with Johnson on July 4th, 1992. During the fight, a homophobic slur was used and later bragged to someone at a bar that he had killed a drag queen named Marsha. The witness said that when he tried to tell police what he had seen, his story was ignored. Other locals stated later that law enforcement was not interested in investigating Johnson's death, stating that the case was, quote, was about a, quote, gay black man and wanting little to do with it at the time. Johnson was cremated, and following a funeral at a local church, friends released Johnson's ashes over the river. Police allowed 7th Avenue to be closed while Johnson's ashes were carried to the river. In December of 2002, a police investigation resulted in reclassification of Johnson's cause of death from suicide to undetermined. Former New York politician Tom Duane fought to reopen the case because, quote, usually where there's a death by suicide, the person usually leaves a note. She didn't leave a note, end quote. In November 2012, activist Mariah Lopez succeeded in getting the New York Police Department to reopen the case as a possible homicide. In 2016, Victoria Cruz of the Anti-Violence Project also tried to get Johnson's case reopened and succeeded in gaining access to previously unreleased documents and witness statements. She sought out new interviews of witnesses, friends, other activists, and police who had worked on the case or had been on the force at the time of Johnson's probable murder. Some of her work to find justice for Johnson was filmed by David France for the 2017 documentary called The Death and Life of Marsha P. Johnson. So, the 2012 documentary paid no mind. The Life and Times of Marsha P. Johnson heavily features segments from a 1992 interview with Johnson, which was filmed shortly before Johnson's death. Many friends of Johnson from Greenwich Village are also interviewed for this documentary. Johnson also appears as a character in 2 fictional film dramas that are based on real events, including Stonewall, which came out in 2015, and Happy Birthday Marsha, which came out in 2016. Both movies are creative interpretations inspired by the Stonewall Uprising. Like I said, the documentary, The Death and Life of Marsha P. Johnson, that came out in 2017. This follows trans woman Victoria Cruz of the Anti-Violence Project as she investigates Johnson's murder. Like Pay It No Mind, it relies on archival footage and interviews. So RuPaul has called Johnson an inspiration, describing Johnson as quote, the true drag mother, end quote. And in 2012, during an episode of RuPaul's Drag Race, which I'm obsessed with, RuPaul told her contestants that Johnson, quote, paved the way for all of them, end quote. In 2018, the New York Times published a belated obituary for Johnson. There is a mural that is in Dallas, Texas. And this mural depicts Johnson and Sylvia Rivera. And it was to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall riots. The painting of the, quote, two pioneers of the gay rights movement, end quote, in front of a transgender flag, claims to be the world's largest mural honoring the trans community. On May 30th, 2019, it was announced that Johnson and Sylvia Rivera would be honored with monuments at Greenwich Village near the site of the Stonewall Club. Construction is rumored to be completed by 2021. So I'm pretty sure it's almost done or it's done. I'm not exactly sure.
Pretty sure it might have been delayed because of circumstances.
Oh yeah, because of COVID, yeah. So who knows? These monuments of Johnson and Rivera will be the world's first to honor transgender activists. On May 31st, 2019, queer street artist Homo Riot and Sarani created a mural as part of the World Pride Mural Project and Stonewall 50 World Pride New York City NYC 2019 and dedicated to queer liberation, featuring multiple images of Johnson. The mural is located at 2nd Avenue and Houston Street in New York City. It was curated by photographer and filmmaker Daniel Dusty Albanese. In 2019, Johnson was one of the inaugural 50 American pioneers, trailblazers, and heroes included on the National LGBTQ Wall of Honor within the Stonewall National Monument in New York City's Stonewall Inn. The S&M is the first U.S. national monument dedicated to LGBTQ rights and history, and the wall's unveiling was timed to take place during the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall riot. On February 1st, 2020, Governor Andrew Cuomo of New York announced that the East River State Park in Brooklyn will be renamed in Johnson's honor, and it will be the first New York State Park named after a LGBT person. In August 2020, it was announced that Johnson's hometown, Elizabeth, New Jersey, would erect a monument to Johnson. A petition was started to replace the Christopher Columbus Monument with the one of Johnson. And this petition has received over 75,000 signatures, which approved for the monuments to be switched out. So, that was a fucking mouthful. That was a lot. But I think learning about Marsha P. Johnson and the Stonewall riots is very important. Mm-hmm. And now you know, because I feel like a lot of people, and I've seen this online, that a lot of people, which, first of all, the reason it's very obvious, they erase Marsha P. Johnson's involvement in the Stonewall riots because, well, for obvious reasons.
Racism.
Racism. So, I feel like it's important to learn about Marsha P. Johnson, especially if you're an ally, and the Stonewall riots, because it is a big thing. It is it's just very important. And obviously Marsha P. Johnson gets erased because they're a black person of color. And
like, in that movie you mentioned before, I remember they tried to erase them. They tried to put a white actor it was this person who threw the thing. It's just no, pause, no. It was not. It was not. It was this person right here that we just talked about.
Yeah.
And they were just oh, but we already filmed it. It's too late to change it. Blah 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 blah. Just listing excuses after excuses.
Which, no, Marsha P. Johnson's responsible. Like, no. They constantly erase. They constantly erase Marsha P. Johnson. And I'm pretty, obviously, I won't say pretty sure because I know they did. They erase, Sylvia Rivera because
No doubt.
Sylvia Rivera is also a person of color.
Mm-hmm.
So they erase these people of color because they feel like, oh, they should not be involved in this move. The reason this big giant piece of history because of
The
their
white
race and
people didn't do it, so yeah, I don't see a
yeah,
reason why they need to be a part of it. We need more. It needs to be more marketable, quote unquote.
which is
A load of
is
baloney.
it's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit.
Uh-huh.
And I just you know, I just find it repulsive that they try to pretty much have erased, these important people from a very important piece of history just because of who they are, like like because of their ethnicity. And they need to and because Marsha P. Johnson, this person was a trailblazer in this whole situation and was very important and needs to be recognized more. And I could rant about this all day long because it's just absolute bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. And you got to give credit where credit is due. There wasn't no white person in to throw the brick or whatever. It was Marsha.
Yep.
And it was Marsha. So the erasure of not just Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera, but just people of color in general, the erasure just needs to stop. And I can hope and wish
Probably
that
not gonna.
But it'll never happen.
Probably not. Sad fact. As much as we want to, it's probably not gonna happen.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. Even if it doesn't happen, to the public, at least there are outlets like us and others out there that can give that sort of information, so you can take it as is and take it as you will. Because, like you said, these people deserve a voice, and they deserve to be heard.
Right.
And we're giving you this information about them, and it's all up to you whether you wish to pursue it or not.
Exactly. And like I said, I'm no part of this community whatsoever, but I have friends who are a part of the community.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey.
And
Hi.
I remember
and I remember not turn into Lily Singh.
Yeah. And I remember when Prop 8 was going on, and there was a like a silent protest. I took part of it.
Really?
And yeah, I did at my high school. And I actually lost. I stopped speaking to people who were my friends and who were just deeply religious, and we didn't
Oh, she blipped out. I don't know what happened, but there she is. What you were saying? Your friends were deeply religious, and they weren't your friend no more. What were you saying about that? I think she's still gone. Whoops. Oopsie daisy, oopsie poopsie. It's okay, it's fine. Everything is fine.
Alright, we're back.
Okay,
Okay,
there
we're
we
back.
go. So
We're back, folks.
We're back.
Yeah. We're back, everyone, at Krispy Kreme.
Back
but
again at Krispy Kreme.
So I took part of this protest when Prop 8 was happening, and there's people that I didn't speak to for months because I wasn't on their side. And since then, we talk from time to time, and we're cool. We're cool now. And they understand, kind of, sort of. But yeah, they did not speak to me because they thought that I was going to be on their side, because at the time my family was, and they still are, but not me. We're very religious, and I went to church every Sunday, and I did church things like every week. And so they didn't speak to me. And but now we're okay now, and we talk from time to time. But at that time, when the whole protest was going on, they thought that I was, I don't know, I guess they thought I was going to be on their side, but they weren't, and they were upset with me, and they got mad at me, but whatever, I had to do what was right. And yeah, but whatever.
I had the same experience when I was in middle school. I mean, granted, nobody really liked me already, but the topic of gay marriage before it was legal came up.
Yeah.
And for your youngins out there, I just want to note something. Gay marriage became legal in what, 2013?
It was during Obama's second term.
Yeah. So it was pretty recent. It wasn't even like 10 years. Yeah. I think it was 10 years ago, but no.
Yeah.
It wasn't even like 10 years ago yet. And like the subject of gay, this was before it was legalized. And people were talking about like how gay marriage is wrong. Note this: I was in a Christian school, much like you, and people were saying like, "Oh, it's wrong, it's bad, it's immoral, it's a go against the Bible, A, B, C, D, and E," and everybody was just like, "Yeah, it's bad, whatever, da 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 da." And then I'm just here with my dumb child brain, even though I wasn't dumb at the time. I was just like, why is it bad? They love each other, and God loves other people. This is what another thing. God loves everyone. God loves all his children. So your argument is stupid and invalid because of that fact. But yeah, I said that, and like everybody was just like, "Oh, why would you say that in a Christian school?" And I'm just like, that's what we're taught.
Right.
That God loves all living beings, and he sent his only son to pay for to die for our sins.
John 3:16. I
Sure.
swear, every fucking sign I see, like at an event, it's always like someone has to be that person and put John 3:16 on a fucking sign.
And like so half the time they don't even know what the fuck that means.
I know, and it's funny.
It's just like John 3:16. What is it? What's John 3:16? I don't
Mhm.
fucking know.
And they're like, I don't know. I just put it because it was cool.
Like, my mama said I have to put it because we're Christian and shit like that. I don't know.
For Christian reasons. Like, it's
It's
so
my
fun. It's fun.
religion. Anyways,
Anyway.
yeah, like they were saying, like, oh, why would you say that? You're in a Christian school. You're supposed to be Christian. Da 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 da. A B C D and E. That I didn't give a shit. I'm just like, yeah, but why would we condemn anybody? Why would we judge anybody? Because according to the religion, only God can judge, and only God can say what is right and wrong, and He
Right.
loves all of His children, despite us all being born sinners, literally, and He sent His only Son to die on the cross for us, and you're acting all high and mighty because of one misinterpreted line instead of like the whole picture and the whole story. It's just like, if it like, I don't know, if you're repressing something inside of you, that's a problem that you have to deal with. That's whatever, but that's like anyways, after I said all of that, I got ostracized even more, except for one teacher who came to me and says, you know what, that's a really insightful opinion of yours. Most people don't like to think that way because for reasons, but I like your interpretation of this topic because essentially I just said what we're taught in Bible school all the time, and it's beaten over your head, and yet you don't want to practice it. So
Yeah, and then it's like, because because I guess my town is kind of like, yeah, it's like really religious is there, like the religion is there, but at the same time, like it was during that time, my school, from what I remember, it was very, very divided. It's very, very, very divided. It was very divided. It was like you were either even for Prop 8 or you were against Prop 8. And so it was the campus, from what I remember, it was very intense. It was very intense, and some people still talk to me. Other people stopped talking to me, and I don't really care. Honestly, don't care if they stop talking to me. I honestly don't.
you shouldn't.
And I shouldn't, because
They're stupid.
you're not. Because if you're gonna stop speaking to me because I'm standing up for what's right, and because of the fact, because I always say I'm an ally, because I want my friends who are part of the LGBT plus community to have the same rights as me, as a cis straight female has. Like, if I'm allowed to get married, I want my friends who are in that community be allowed to get married and have kids and just live their life. It does not matter who the fuck they decide to love. Like, I don't give a fuck who you decide to love, because I'm going to support you. Unless you decide to love a murderer, then I'm going to judge you and not be your friend. But love is love, and I've honestly, like, lost a lot of people. And like I told you the story about how, like, when my dad had, like, the first time I was allowed to vote, when it was when the whole Prop 8 thing was going on, and my dad voted for Prop 8 and I voted against it, and he didn't speak to me for 3 days. He really did not speak to me for 3 days.
That's his problem.
Because, yeah, which is his problem. But yeah, he was like, "Are you gonna vote for it?" And I was like, "Nah." And he didn't speak to me for 3 days. But it was because I was standing up for what's right. And like, because I just want my friends who are in that community to have the same rights as I have. And that's the thing, that's the biggest thing for me. And if I have, you know, if I have important people, or if the people in my life support the same things as me, and if they care about me, or they know that, like, if they support, because honestly, I feel like, or what I don't understand, actually, what I don't understand is that I don't understand, why is it that this community is singled out when all they're doing is they're just living their lives, and they want to be happy, and they want to love whoever they want, and they want to get married. And I'm pretty sure, unless I heard this wrong, even like if they go out after a job, like, they're judged based on, like, oh, is this person straight, or are they, like, anything else? Like,
yeah, it has happened in the past, but it's illegal now. Like, that movie Philadelphia, right?
I love that movie. That movie made me cry.
Yeah, like, Tom Hanks' character gets fired because they found out he has a male partner, and he gets let go, and he sues them with Denzel Washington as his lawyer. And
yeah,
I'm not sure how it ended, but go watch it. It's a really good movie.
It'll make you cry, because we had to watch Philadelphia for Health and Careers, and it made me cry. It's such a good movie. Like, go, if you haven't seen Philadelphia, go watch it, because it's actually a very, very, very good movie. And it's really, like, for me, it kind of threw me off, because that was, like, the first time I ever saw, like, besides Forrest Gump, but even then Forrest Gump was kind of light, but just seeing Tom Hanks and playing such a very, very serious role, and he did so well. I believe he won an award for it.
I believe he won an Academy Award. I think he was Best Actor that year. Let me look it up.
I think so. But go watch Philadelphia, because it is a very, very good movie, and I know it came out in the 90s. But it's a really good movie. I actually enjoy Philadelphia. Because I've watched it, I've seen it twice. Yeah, I've seen it twice. First time I watched it in Health and Careers. Second time,
it came out in 1993.
Oh shit! Yeah. Oh yeah, it came out 3 years after I was born. So I watched it twice, and it's a really good movie. I highly recommend watching Philadelphia because it'll open your mind up a little bit, and
It
it
stars Tom
will.
Hanks, Denzel Washington, and Antonio Banderas.
Oh, I forgot Antonio Banderas was in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot he was in. But,
Yes, Tom Hanks did win the Academy Award for Best Actor that year.
oh, that's what I thought. But yeah, go watch Philadelphia because it's a very good movie, and it'll give you the perspective of not being hired, because of what you identify as, and honestly, it reminds me of, excuse me, it reminds me of how, like, in the African American community, um where like they judge you on your hair, and if your hair is not done, if like you cannot wear your natural hair
Mm-hmm. This was
because
like
of.
back. This was like back in the day, mind you, because we're old.
Yeah.
Back in the day, um, Africa in the black community, if your hair was not like done or straightened or stuff like that, you were judged as being ghetto, or
Yeah,
and
and
being like, you know, not nice
yeah,
things.
yeah, not
Nowadays, it's more accepted, and here in California, we have the Crowns Act, which is
yeah.
the employers cannot discriminate you against your hair color, not hair color, your hair, just your hair texture or your hairstyle. Like, for instance, if you wear, like me, if you wear twists, braids, um,
Mhm.
any type of black hairstyle or
Mhm.
cornrows and stuff like that, the employers cannot discriminate against you because you're wearing those things on your head, like protective hairstyles, which they have done in the past. And I believe only California has this law, so it's still a
Yeah.
problem. It's
Yeah.
very much a problem, but
Yeah. Because I've read way too many stories about like kids just getting like their braids cut in
yeah,
schools.
there have been
Or
instances, many instances, where either teachers would cut the kids' hair, or instances where the student would be sent home because they had braids in their hair, or instances where uh, I think there was one instance, or it might be multiple instances, where teachers would yank and rip out braids in the student's head. And I know
mhm.
firsthand it hurts when you do that, and it can cause
Yep.
someone to bleed. So they ain't shit for that.
I actually did that once myself. I accidentally like ripped a braid out in school, and it hurt so fucking bad.
It's not a pleasant experience, no. So having a teacher do that to you, it's not okay. And
Yeah.
luckily, and first of all, that's assault. So I don't know what's going through your head that makes you think, oh, let me rip out a child's hair because I don't like braids. Yeah, big brain energy there, buddy.
Very big brain energy.
Big brain energy.
Like,
But
and so
yeah, there has still been accounted instances where this thing is happening, and it needs to stop happening, because like literally, like, and there have been instances where they can't wear their afro out even though it's their natural
yeah.
hair, and even though they're quote unquote like state policy says, oh, you have to wear your natural hair, and they wear their natural hair, and they're still sent home.
Yeah.
So it's like it's not only confusing. It's like, what do you expect out of these out of people? Like, this is how they were born. This is the like. That's why, and then they just want pretty straight hair.
Yeah, and then they also they don't realize how that can affect someone's self-esteem, because that can fuck your self-esteem up. Like if
Oh yeah,
someone's like,
definitely.
because I know there was a time, because actually I remember that's why at 7, I think I was 7. Yeah, I was 7 years old, and I begged my mom to give me a relaxer because I would get teased for my hair.
Mhm.
And I begged my mom. I was like, Mom, can I please get a relaxer? I don't like my hair. I just want a relaxer. Can I please get a relaxer? And I had to beg her. I had to beg her.
I had to do the
Because,
same thing with my mom because I was sick and tired of being called roly poly oly every fucking day.
yeah,
And I don't like my hair. It's ugly. People say it's not good. So I want to change it.
yeah,
And
yeah,
it took me years to come back and then say, you know what, fuck them.
yep,
But and also it's not only the people outside, it's also the people inside, because my own mother keeps telling me to relax my hair again, and I told her many times I am not going to do that ever again, because not only is it literally damaging to my head,
yeah.
but I will end up bald in like a few years if I continue doing that.
Right. Like that just takes me back. Like if you honestly think relaxers is a good idea, please go on YouTube and type in tire show. I think it's like tire show relaxers or something like that. And there's a clip of what the lye and relaxers can do. And because there was a scientist, and they put like a giant like thing of relaxer, and they put it like a soda can, like a Pepsi can, and into this relaxer, and they left it in for like how long you're supposed to leave in a relaxer, and they pulled it out, and I shit you not, the bottom of the soda can disintegrated. It disintegrated, and you're putting
Yep.
that in your hair. And like I know every black person can back me up on this, but whenever I get a relaxer, I would go to scratch my head because my scalp would get itchy, and I
Mhm.
would just hit like scabs
Yep.
on my, just like scabs. Like I would get scabs like almost like my whole entire head, and you don't realize that this is what you're doing to your hair all this time. Um,
Well, anyways, let's get back on
but yeah,
topic about.
that's not because I can rant about relaxers for um
Let's save
hours
that
on
rant
end.
for another day and
But
get back to your
I can
segment.
say let's save it for another day, because this case, I have kind of a story time. Um,
You want to say the case
but
first before you get into it?
yes, yes. So the first case, or the first case,
Second.
uh, I'm drinking. Uh,
You see,
after
this is
getting
why I'm
into,
here to move things along,
yeah,
because when she's drunk, she she just goes on.
I forget. I honestly forget. Even more so. We're gonna talk about Matthew Shepard, and this is. I feel like this is a famous case, but at the same time, I feel like this case hasn't really been talked about as much, even though it's important. Um, and I actually my senior year of high school, I was in the play that is based on this case. So this case takes place in a town called Laramie, Wyoming. And before we dive into the actual case, I'll give you some quick stats of Laramie, Wyoming. So, so Laramie is a city in the county seat of Albany County, Wyoming. The population at the time in 2019 was estimated to be 32,711 people, which is making it the third largest city in Wyoming after Cheyenne and Casper. It is located on the Laramie River in southeastern Wyoming. And this city is northwest of Cheyenne at the junction of Interstate 80 and US Route 287. In 2011, it was named one of the best cities in which to retire by Money Magazine, which cited its scenic location, low taxes, and educational opportunities. And it is also home to the University of Wyoming, which will play into this case, Wyotech, and a branch of Laramie County Community College. And there is also the Snowy Range and the Laramie Range, and the city in Laramie draws outdoor enthusiasts with the abundance of outdoor activities. So now that we learned a little bit about Laramie, Wyoming, let's dive into the case of Matthew Shepard. So, Matthew Wayne Shepard, was born. He was born on December 1st, 1976, in Casper, Wyoming. He was the first of two sons born to Judy and Dennis Shepard. His younger brother Logan was born in 1981, and the two brothers, they were very, very close. So Matthew attended Crest Hill Elementary School, Dean Morgan Junior High School, and Natrona County High School for his freshman through junior year. As a kid, he was described as friendly with all of his classmates, but he was teased and targeted because of his small stature and not being very athletic. And at an early age, he developed an interest in politics. So there's this company called Saudi Aramco, which is a petroleum and natural gas company in Saudi Arabia. So this company hired his father in the summer of 1994, and so Matt's parents moved to the Saudi Aramco residential camp. Like I said, it's in Saudi Arabia. And at this time, Matt attended the American School in Switzerland, and he graduated from there in May 1995. And during his time at that school, he participated in theater and took German and Italian courses. He then attended Catawba, I think that's how you say it, Catawba College in North Carolina and Casper College in Wyoming before settling in Denver, Colorado. He became a first-year political science major at the University of Wyoming in Laramie with a minor in languages, and he was chosen as the student representative for the Wyoming Environmental Council. He was an Episcopalian, And he once served as an altar boy in the church. He was described by his father as a quote optimistic and an accepting young man who had a special gift of relating to almost everyone. He was the type of person who was very approachable and always looked to new challenges. Shepard had a great passion for equality and always stood up for the acceptance of people's differences. End quote. Michelle Jusset, who had been Shepard's friend and later created this documentary about him that's called Matt Shepard is a Friend of Mine, this also described him as a tender-hearted and kind person. So this is when things start to get a teeny tiny bit dark. So in 95 he went to Morocco on a school trip. And during this trip he was beaten and sexually assaulted. And this whole experience caused him to have depression and panic attacks, according to his mom, Judy. One of Matt's friends feared that his depression had driven him to become involved with substances during his time at college. And multiple times he was hospitalized due to his clinical depression and thoughts of suicide. Okay, so now we're gonna get into the night where everything just goes to shit.
Okay.
So and this is where everything just goes to shit. So, on the night of October 6, 1998, Matthew Shepard, he was approached by Aaron McKinney and Russell Henderson at the Fireside Lounge in Laramie. And at this time, all three men, they were in their early 20s. So McKinney and Henderson, they see Matthew, and they knew about Matthew and Matthew Shepard and how he was, and because he was he was pretty much like out. He was just pretty much like he was just living his life. And just pretty much enjoying himself. And at the time that all of this popped off, at the time that all of this was popped off, Matt, he didn't know McKinney and Henderson at the time of this happening. Like, they literally just met, and Laramie is one of the most, if not the most liberal town in Wyoming. So Matthew Shepard and Russell Henderson and Aaron McKinney, they chatted a little bit. And then Russell Henderson and Aaron McKinney, they offered Matthew to give him a ride home, and Matthew agreed. And then this is when things just went to shit, like I said. So when Matthew got in the truck, his keys were taken. Also, his wallet and his shoes were taken, and he was just beaten repeatedly by either one of the men or both men. And then once they arrived to the fence, the infamous fence, I believe, which sidebar, the fire sidebar is gay friendly. So once they arrived to this fence, they took Matthew out of the truck. They pistol whipped him 18 times on the head, and he was also kicked between the legs. He was alleged. This is alleged. I don't know if this came out as the truth or not, but he was basically, long story short, he was tied to a fence, and this has been confirmed. So he was tied to a fence and basically left for dead. And this truck belonged to Aaron McKinney's father. So Matthew's beaten up and he's basically left for dead. So 15 hours after the attack, another student named Aaron Kreifels, he was out riding his bike, where he found Matthew barely alive, tied to a fence. He thought it was a scarecrow. And according to many media reports, these media reports contained the graphic account of him being pistol whipped 18 times, and which led to his skull being fractured. And they also described how he was beaten so brutally that his face was covered in blood, but the only parts that were not covered in blood were the parts that were partially cleansed by his own tears, Matthew's tears. Gosh. Yeah. So the assailant's girlfriends, who one of them I share a name with, and we'll get into that when we talk about the play. They testified that neither McKinney nor Henderson was under the influence of alcohol or other drugs at the time of the attack. McKinney and Henderson testified that they learned of Matthew's address and intended to steal from his home as well. After attacking Shepard and leaving him, basically left him for dead in near freezing temperatures, McKinney and Henderson, they ended up returning to town. And then after this, McKinney proceeded to start a fight with two Hispanic youth, named 19-year-old Emiliano Morales and 18-year-old Jeremy Herrera. The fight resulted in head wounds for both Morales and McKinney. Police officer Flint Walters arrived at the scene of the fight. He arrested Henderson, searched McKinney's truck, and found a blood-smeared gun along with Shepard's shoes and credit card. Henderson and McKinney later tried to persuade their girlfriends to provide alibis for them and to help them dispose of evidence. Still tied to the fence. So Matthew is still tied to this fence. He is a coma after this attack, where he was found by Aaron Kreifels, and Reggie Flutie, who was the first police officer to arrive at the scene, found Shepard alive, but he was covered in blood. The medical gloves that were issued by the Albany County Sheriff's Department were faulty, and Flutie's supply had ran out at the time. She decided to use her bare hands to clear an airway in Shepard's bloody mouth, so she was trying to give him CPR. And a day later, she was informed that Matthew was HIV positive, and that she might have been exposed to the virus due to her having cuts on her hands. But she did take a test for several months, a AZT regimen, which and then she tested negative for HIV.
Mm-hmm.
And then later on, Matthew's mother Judy wrote that she learned that her son was HIV positive while Matthew was laying in the hospital dying. So Matthew was then transported to Iverson Memorial Hospital in Laramie before being moved to the more advanced trauma ward at Cordray Valley Hospital in Fort Collins, Colorado. He has suffered fractures to the back of his head and in front of his right ear. He experienced several brainstem damage, which affected his body's ability to regulate his heart rate, body temperature, and other vital functions. There is also a dozen small lacerations around his head, face, and neck. His injuries were deemed too severe for doctors to operate. He sadly never regained consciousness and remained on full life support. While he laid in intensive care and in days following the attack, candlelight vigils were held around the world. But sadly, he was pronounced dead 6 days after the attack at 12:53 a.m. on October 12th, 1998, and at the time of his passing, he was only 21 years old.
Shit.
Yeah. He was only 21 when he passed away. So a lot of people know that this attack is homophobia.
Mm-hmm.
Which clearly it's homophobia.
Mm-hmm.
So McKinney and Henderson, they were arrested and initially charged with attempted murder, kidnapping, and aggravated robbery. After Matthew's death, the charges were upgraded from attempted murder to first-degree murder, which meant that the two defendants were eligible for the death penalty. Their girlfriends, Kristen Price and Chastity Paisley, they were charged with being accessories after the fact. At McKinney's November 1998 pretrial hearing, Sergeant Rob Debris testified that McKinney has stated in an interview on October 9th that he and Henderson identified Shepard as a robbery target and pretended to be gay to lure him out to their truck, and that McKinney had attacked Shepard after Shepard put his hand on McKinney's knee. Detective Ben Frenson testified that Price stated McKinney told her the violence against Shepard was triggered by how McKinney, quote, felt about gays. So again, homophobia. In December 1998, Paisley pleaded guilty to being an accessory after the fact to first-degree murder. On April 5th, 1999, Henderson avoided going to trial when he pleaded guilty to murder and kidnapping charges. In order to avoid the death penalty, he agreed to testify against McKinney and was sentenced by District Judge Jeffrey A. Donnell to 2 consecutive life terms. At Henderson's sentencing, his lawyer argued that Shepard had not been targeted because he was gay. But McKinney's trial took place in November 1999. Prosecutor Cal R. I'm not going to even attempt to pronounce the last name. Alleged that McKinney and Henderson pretended to be gay to gain Shepard's trust. Kristen Price, McKinney's girlfriend, testified that Henderson and McKinney had, quote, pretended that they were gay to get Shepard in the truck and rob him. McKinney's lawyer attempted to put forward a gay panic defense, arguing that McKinney was driven to temporary insanity by alleged sexual advances by Matthew. This defense was rejected by the judge. McKinney's lawyer stated that the two men wanted to rob Matthew, but never intended to kill him. So Cal argued that the killing had been premeditated, driven by, quote, greed and violence, end quote, rather than by Matthew's sexual orientation. The jury found McKinney not guilty of premeditated murder, but guilty of felony murder, and began to deliberate on the death penalty. Shepard's parents brokered a deal that resulted in McKinney receiving 2 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. Henderson and McKinney were incarcerated in the Wyoming State Penitentiary in Rawlins and were later transferred to other prisons because of overcrowding. Following her testimony at McKinney's trial, Price pled guilty to a reduced charge of misdemeanor interference with a police officer. There's a lot of shit that popped off because of this whole situation.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
And,
I would like to say something.
Oh,
What's
fuck,
up?
you fucking scared me, you bitch. Go on.
Bitch should have died. Bitch should have fucking got thrown in the hole. Should have fucking died.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Should have fucking died.
Yep.
Fucking kill him, shoot him. Fucking do something to him. He should have died.
Exactly. And yes,
Hang the bitch.
what happened?
Alright, go back to mute,
And
you.
guess what
Shoot.
happened? Yeah. And guess who took head of a lot of this shit? Well,
Who?
there's a protest involved, and guess who was the head of said protest?
Who was that?
Just guess.
I don't want to.
The Westboro Baptist Church.
Of fucking course, those fucking idiot bastards were the head of the fucking course. Those stupid bastards. I don't even care if they sue me. They're stupid bastards. I hate them.
Yeah. So
Fuck them.
this protest took place shit. So a fucking course. So this took place during Matthew's funeral. So
Oh, bitch.
members
Oh,
Yeah.
bitch. Not the...
during the
Oh,
funeral.
bitch. Oh, bitch.
Yeah.
They ain't shit for that. You're telling me this church who's supposed to be preaching about the Lord went to a man's funeral and protested there? What the fuck is wrong with them?
Yep. And guess what happened?
Please tell me they got clapped.
No, they didn't get clapped, sadly.
Son of a bitch.
So members of the WBC that was led by Fred Phelps received national attention for picketing Matthew's funeral with signs bearing homophobic slogans such as "Matt is in hell" and the famous
Oh, bitch.
God F word. Yeah.
Oh, bitch. Y'all
but
couldn't let the families grieve or nothing. No, you came up here just like, hey, bitch, guess what? Fuck your kid. Bitch.
Yeah.
They ain't shit.
But there's some good that kind of came out of it because some people did some things that was really good that blocked these assholes out.
What's that?
So church members also mounted anti-gay protests during the WBC. They also mounted anti-gay protests during the trials of Henderson and McKinney. In response, Romaine Patterson, who is a friend of Matthew's, organized a group that assembled in a circle around the WBC protesters. They wore white robes and gigantic wings, so resembling angels, that blocked these protesters. Despite this action, Matthew's parents sadly were able to hear the protesters shouting anti-gay remarks and comments directed towards them. The police did intervene and created a human barrier between the two groups. And this group that was founded by Patterson in April 1999 is called Angel Action.
So block these dumb motherfuckers out of the courtroom. Good.
So they protested, and so Matthew's friend was like, "No, we're not gonna let this happen. We're not gonna let these pieces of shit protest a funeral of my friend. And we're gonna do this. We're gonna dress up like angels, and we're gonna block this out. We're gonna block the haters out."
Good. It's because fuck them.
Because of course they were gonna show up.
Son of a bitch. They ain't shit. They ain't shit for that.
Of course the West Moral Baptist Church is gonna fucking show up. Like, it's... Like, there's no if... Like, of course they're gonna show up. So in the years following Matthew's death, his mother, Judy, has worked as an advocate for LGBT rights, particularly issues relating to gay youth. She's also a main force behind the Matthew Shepard Foundation, which she and her husband Dennis founded in December 1998. And you can donate and find out more about Matthew and all that by going to matthewshepard.org. I believe it's the site. Let me triple check real quick because I don't want to pull out false information. Yes, it's matthewshepard.org, and it is a nonprofit organization. And it runs education, outreach, and advocacy programs. And gay rights activist John Stolenberg has said to portray Matthew as a gay bashing victim is to present an incomplete account of his victimization. He said, quote, "Keeping Matthew as the poster boy of gay hate crime and ignoring the full tragedy of his story has been the agenda of many gay movement leaders. Ignoring the tragedies of Matthew's life prior to his murder will do nothing to help other young men in our community who are sold for sex, ravaged by drugs, and genuinely exploited." In 2019, Shepard was one of the inaugural 50 American pioneers, trailblazers, and heroes. So Matthew was inducted into the National LGBTQ Wall of Honor within the Stonewall National Monument in New York City Stonewall Inn. The S&M is the first U.S. national monument dedicated to LGBTQ rights and history, and the wall's unveiling was timed to take place during the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall riots, which we talked about before. Now we're getting into the hate crime legislation. Okay, so requests for new legislation to address hate crimes gained momentum during the coverage of the incident. Under existing United States federal law and Wyoming state law, crimes committed on the basis of sexual orientation cannot be prosecuted as hate crimes. A few hours after Matthew was discovered, his friends Walt Bolden and Alex Trout began to contract media organizations claiming that Matthew had been assaulted because he was gay. According to the prosecutor Cal R., quote, "They were calling the county attorney's office. They were calling the media and indicating Matthew Shepard is gay, and we don't want the fact that he is gay to go unnoticed," end quote. Tina LaBrie, who is also a close friend of Matthew, said, quote, "Bolden and Trout wanted to make Matt a poster child or something for the cause," end quote. Bolden linked the attack to the absence of a Wyoming criminal state providing a hate crimes charge. In the following session of the Wyoming legislator, a bill was introduced to define certain attacks motivated by victims' sexual orientation as hate crimes. The measure did fail on a 30-30 tie in the Wyoming State of Representatives. President Bill Clinton renewed attempts to extend federal hate crimes legislation to include gay people, women, and people with disabilities. A Hate Crimes Prevention Act was introduced both in the United States Senate and House of Representatives in November 1997 and reintroduced in March 1999, but was passed only by the Senate in July of 1999. In September of 2000, both houses of Congress passed such legislation. However, it was stripped in conference committee. On March 20th, 2007, the Matthew Shepard and James Byrne Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act was introduced as a federal bipartisan legislation in the U.S. Congress, sponsored by Democrat John Conyers, with 171 co-sponsors. Matthew's parents did attend the induction ceremony. The bill passed the House of Representatives on May 3rd, 2007. Similar legislation passed in the Senate on September 27th, 2007. However, then President George W. Bush indicated that he would veto the legislation if it reached his desk. The Democratic leadership dropped the amendment in response to opposition from conservative groups and Bush because the measure was attached to a defense bill, the authorization bill. It failed to pass. Nancy Pelosi, who was Speaker of the House, said that she was, quote, still committed to getting the Matthew Shepard Act passed. Pelosi planned to get the bill passed in early 2008, although she did not succeed. Following his election as president, Barack Obama stated that he was committed to passing the act. The U.S. House of Representatives debated expansion of hate crimes legislation on April 29th, 2009. During the debate, the Representative Virginia Foxx of North Carolina called the hate crime labeling of Matthew's murder a hoax. Foxx later called her comments, quote, a poor choice of words. I mean, you're fucking right as a poor choice of words. Mm-hmm. The House passed the act designated H.R. 1913 by a vote of 249 to 175. Ted Kennedy, Patrick Leahy, and a bipartisan coalition introduced the bill in the Senate on April 28th. It had 43 co-sponsors as of June 17th, 2009. The Matthew Shepard Act was adopted as an amendment to S. 1390 by a vote of 63 to 28 on July 15th, 2009. On October 22nd, 2009, the Senate passed the act by a vote of 68 to 29, and President Obama signed the measure into law on October 28th, 2009. On October 26, 2018, just over 20 years after his death, Matthew's ashes were interred at the crypt of Washington National Cathedral. The ceremony was presided over by the first openly gay Episcopal Bishop, Gene Robertson, that is a mouthful, and the Bishop of Washington, Reverend Marianne Edgar Budd. Music was performed by the Gay Men's Chorus of Washington, D.C., Jen Out, and Conspirator, which performed Greg Hella Johnson's Considering Matthew Shepard. His was the first interment of the ashes of a national figure at the cathedral since Helen Keller's 50 years earlier. And his life, death, and trial in the aftermath has inspired numerous works, including documentaries and narrative films and television shows, stage plays, which we will talk about in just a second, and musical and written works. Additionally, NBA player Jason Collins wrote the jersey number 98 in honor of Matthew during his 2012-2013 season with the Boston Celtics and the Washington Wizards, and would come out as gay following the season. After Collins joined the Brooklyn Nets in 2014, NBA marketing reported high interest in his 98 jersey and high sales once the item became available for purchase. The Meaning of Matthew, its full title, The Meaning of Matthew, My Son's Murder in Laramie, and A World Transformed, it is a 2009 biographical book by Judy Shepard about her son Matthew. Judy talks about her loss, her family memories of Matthew, and the tragic event that changed the Shepards' lives in America. The Meaning of Matthew follows the Shepherd family in the days immediately after the crime to see the incapacitated son kept alive by life support machines, how the Shepherds learned of the huge public response, the candlelit vigils and memorial services for their child, and their struggles to navigate the legal system. So now we're going to get into the play because there's actually two plays. So the first play, which is called The Laramie Project, which I'll just talk about a little bit because when I was a senior in high school, we had a fall play, and so the fall play that year was the Laramie Project, and I was the crew head of publicity, but I was also in the play, and I played a bunch of characters in this fucking play. And I played the girlfriend. I played Kristen Price, who was the girlfriend of one of the murderers. I played a bailiff. I played a journalist, and I played one of the people that is behind the Laramie Project, who is called the Tectonic Theater Project. So we're gonna talk about the play that's just called The Laramie Project, and there's also a movie of the same title, and I suggest you check it out because it's actually a really good movie. So the Tectonic Theater Project, it was founded in 1991 by Moises Kaufman and his husband Jeffrey LaHost in New York City. After Kaufman left NYU, Moises was encouraged by Arthur Bartho to start his own theater company, and as the themes that he wanted to explore, namely theater as a medium for social political change, were not being practiced by existing groups. The company did have challenging beginnings. Rehearsals were held in the apartment of the two founders, and other unconventional spaces like church basements and back rooms of bars. And performances often had very small audiences. And the first production, official production, was called Women in Beckett, an anthology of short plays by Samuel Beckett for women, and is performed in the lobby of the Theater for the New City in November of 1991. So 1 month after Matthew's passing, after his murder, Kaufman and 10 company members traveled to Laramie, Wyoming to interview people in the town torn apart by the crime. And this play, forged from these interviews, were created collaboratively by members of the company over a long workshop process in which the participants were encouraged to operate outside of their areas of specialization. Actors and designers became writers and dramaturgs. Directors became designers and actors, and the company uncovered a new way of creating a theatrical event in form of the Laramie Project. So, the Laramie Project is a 2000 play by Moises Kaufman and members of the Tectonic Theater Project, specifically Lee Fondotowski, which is who I also played in the play. Writer-director Stephen Bilber, Greg Perotti, Barbara Pitt, Stephen Wang, I think. I'm so bad at names. Amanda Gronick, Sarah Lambert, John McAdams, Maud Mitchell, Andy Paris, and Kelly Simpkins. And this is about the reaction to the 1998 murder of Matthew Shepard. And it is an example of verbatim theater. This play draws on hundreds of interviews conducted by the theater company, which with inhabitants of the town, company members' own journal entries, and published news reports, as it's divided into 3 acts, and 8 actors portray more than 60 characters in a series of short scenes. So, yeah, I was in this play, a production of this play, my senior year of high school, and I would be at the theater during rehearsals from 3 to 9 o'clock at night, because not only was I in the play, but I also had to do meetings with my teacher because I was crew head of publicity, so I had to help design the poster and just basically come up with ideas, because I did have someone working with me as well, obviously, but I was like the leader, and it was very hard. So I would jump from crew head meeting to rehearsal, and I played at least 5 characters. So it was very hard. It was very tough. So the Laramie Project premiered at the Rickerson Theater by the Denver Center Theater Company in February 2000. It was next performed at the Union Square Theater in New York City before a November 2002 performance in Laramie, Wyoming. The play has also been performed by high schools, colleges, and community theaters across the country. It had been produced as at professional playhouses in the US, Canada, the UK, Ireland, Australia, and New Zealand. Many of the performances in the United States have been picketed by followers of Fred Phelps from the WBC. Whatever. They are portrayed in the play picketing Matthew Shepard's funeral as they did in real life. The play has been produced worldwide in the years since its premiere, but in 2009, it still generated a controversy in Colorado and Las Vegas, Nevada, where some parents had tried to block a production. The holder of the royalties/rights to the Laramie Project is Dramatis Play Services, Inc. The Matthew Shepard Foundation provides help and resources to those wishing to produce the Laramie Project or the Laramie Project 10 years later, which we will also get into because that's a whole other thing. The Foundation's Laramie Project Specialist can help with media, historical context, creative consulting, and other resources and services at no charge to nonprofit theaters and educational and religious institutions. The Foundation can also help those who wish to engage their communities in a conversation about how to erase hate in the world. And the Laramie Project is often used as a method to teach about prejudice and tolerance in personal, social, and health education and citizenship in schools. It has also been used in the UK as a general certificate of secondary education next to English literature. The play has also inspired grassroots efforts to combat homophobia. After seeing the play, New Jersey resident Dean Walton was inspired to donate more than 500 books and other media to the University of Wyoming's Rainbow Resource Center. Today, that campus houses the largest LGBTQ library in the state of Wyoming. And there is a 2002 film called The Laramie Project that it's by HBO, And as the success of this play, they've produced this movie, which is I highly recommend, and you should go watch it because it's actually really good. So so there's a play called The Laramie Project 10 Years Later, and I'll talk about it a little bit. So 10 years after Matthew's murder, members of the Tectonic Theater Project returned to Laramie to conduct follow-up interviews with residents featured in the play. Those interviews were the basis of a companion piece entitled The Laramie Project 10 Years Later. The play debuted as a reading at nearly 150 theaters across the U.S. and internationally on October 12, 2009, which was the 11th anniversary of Matthew Shepard's death. Many of the openings were linked by webcam to New York City, where Judy Shepard and the play's writers gave an opening speech, followed by an address by actors Glenn Close. Daniel D. Weldon played Aaron McKinney opposite Barbara Bain in the LA production at Grand Performances, which was directed by Michael Arabin. The Laramie Project 10 Years Later was presented for the first time in rep with the Laramie Project at the BAM Harvey Theater from February 12th to the 24th, 2013, as a part in an event titled The Laramie Project Cycle. And it was directed by Kaufman and Leigh Fandakowski. And the production featured much of the original cast reprising their roles. So the Laramie Project 10 Years Later, I haven't read it exactly. I haven't read that part of the play yet. I just read the synopsis and basically what it's about. So this play, I haven't read it. But if you haven't, just go watch the Laramie Project. Read the play, because the play is very, very good. And today, actually, Judy and Dennis Shepard is still alive. They're still alive. They're still doing good, and they're still doing great. And to wrap this up, I wanted to read Dennis Shepard's statement to Russell Henderson. I wanted to read his impact statement just to wrap this all up.
Mm-hmm.
So this is Dennis Shepard. I flew in last night on another flight from hell thinking about this. The statement I had previously done will be on hold. This morning I sat down and took some notes. 22 years ago, 22 years and 4 months ago, plus or minus a few days, my son was born, our first child. 21 years, 10 months later, my son died, our first child. 22 years ago today, my son was starting to take an interest in the world, an interest that continued to grow until a chance meeting at the fireside bar with two friendly strangers. An interest that developed into a passion for politics in the 5th grade, when he began working with local politicians to get them elected. An interest that caused him to write a letter to the Wyoming Citizens for Recycling in the 7th grade. A letter so well written that he was asked to represent all the school-age kids in Wyoming in protecting the environment. And interests that gave him the desire to work in human rights, combining the two, saving the world through political means. What happens now? Who is there in this room to replace him to try and save the world? My son was born blind, not physically, but to people's differences. He didn't see big people and little people, black, brown, or white skin, religious or ethnic background. All he saw were people that needed a friend. His best friends included Japanese, Palestinians, and Saudi Arabs. His friends included Muslims, Christians, and Buddhists. His friends included gays and so-called straights. Who will be their friend now? Who will worry about them? Who is to be the focus now? Everybody needs a friend. Who will come forward now to be that friend? Matt liked to compete against himself. He wasn't an athlete. One year, he participated in the Wyoming State Games in Casper. He decided to run the 5K. He wasn't trying to win. He was trying to finish, and he did. It was a highlight for the family. The next year, we ran together. He harassed me and harassed me, telling me that I was too old to run without help. It is quite a feeling to be able to do that with your son. At these state games, he also decided to swim 100 meters. He finished dead last by the length of the pool. When he got out, he just smiled and said, "I did it. I finished." It was the first swing race he was ever in. After the games were over, I went to the games office and purchased 3 gold medals. That night, I went home and got Matt, Logan, and Judy together. I held a formal ceremony. Judy was honored for her with a gold medal for outstanding fan, Logan for outstanding soccer player on a losing team, and Matt for outstanding athlete in the Shepherd family. He was so proud of that medal and the fact that we recognized the effort. And the smile that I see when I close my eyes is gone now forever. Think of what has happened. Think of what Mr. Henderson has done. The impact of the mindless brutality to my family, to his family, to his friends, and to complete strangers. I no longer have a son with hopes and dreams, with problems and solutions. When strangers meet me, we talk small talk. They ask, "Do you have any children?" Now I take a deep breath. I smile and I say, "Yes, I have 1 son." Not 2. 1. My plans for this upcoming fall including hunting with my 2 sons. Now it's just 1 son. I was looking forward to splitting out my possessions when I got old and gray. Now I won't have to do that. I won't have to do a lot of things. My choices are gone. Many of Matt's friends are still suffering from this loss. They can't study, they can't sleep, and they can't feel lost. How do they cope? Who is going to call them in the middle of the night like Matt used to and say, "It's all right, things are okay"? Matt's mother and brother watched him grow, and they grew with him while I traveled. They also watched him die. How do they continue? What does his brother say when he's asked, "Do you have any brothers or sisters?" What does his mother do when his birthday comes? Or Christmas? Or Mother's Day? Matt was a loving and caring person. When he was in 1st grade, his class made May baskets. He made 2, one for his mother and one for a woman who had no children. Every year after that, until we moved to Saudi Arabia, he would make her a May basket. Who makes her one now? Mr. Henderson, what about your life and your family? What do your grandmother and aunt, your sisters, cousins say now? What about you? What future is there? It takes someone quite unique to sit and watch someone else be beaten to death and do nothing about it. It takes a brave man to help another brave man tie up a person who did not know how to make and clench a fist until he was 13 years old. When Matt was little, we used to take showers together. just to get him used to the water so he could take them by himself. We would spit water at each other. We would yell. We would sing. I taught him, row, row, row your boat, Frere Jacques, and Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Now the boat has sunk. Jacques is no longer fair, and the stars have fallen. You, Mr. Henderson, helped sink the boat, ruined Jacques, and shot down the star. There's a hole in my life that I can never fill. When we eat dinner, and there's a place set for Matt, and we know it will not ever be filled again with his laughter, his bad puns, and his stories. Remember this for the rest of your life. Thank you. And then the court says, thank you, Mr. Shepard. So, to tie all up, Matthew's parents are still kicking. They're still doing the best that they can. And there's a whole entire thing, and Judy did make a statement as well to Henderson. And I just wanted to read that as well because I wanted to get both parents' perspectives. So Judy says, I want to thank the court for this opportunity to talk about Matt. I feel that I must try to share with you what Matt's life and death have meant to us. It is important that he be revealed to you as a loving, vibrant, kind young man. You need to see him as we do to try and understand our loss. However, I'm not really sure we understand it yet ourselves. Matt would be the first to say that he was not a perfect child. He made his mistakes, but those mistakes hurt no one but himself. Matt experienced many disappointments and many successes. While still in elementary school, he became very interested in the theater, where he met many fine role models. He also began to take an interest in politics and current news events. He was quite adept at understanding complex issues and was equally adept at expressing his opinions on these issues. He had such hopes for his future. He was always anxious for the next step. Every new step meant new challenges, new friends, and new expectations. When Dennis and I made the decision to move to Saudi Arabia, the boys were thrilled. There were no American high schools there, so all the students must attend a boarding school following graduation from the 9th grade. Matt and his dad chose an American high school in Switzerland to finish Matt's high school career. He was so excited to see a different part of the world. He thought this would be such a wonderful opportunity to learn about the world, to experience different cultures, learn languages and history of other countries, and not only the country where he would be living, but also the countries of the other students where he would be attending school. He felt these experiences could only help him define his future. All of these experiences opened his eyes and heart even more to the differences in people. He knew judging people before knowing them was a waste of an opportunity. He never understood why everyone didn't think that way. He felt that there could be nothing better on this earth than another friend. Matt was a good and loyal friend to those who knew him. He was always considerate of their feelings, always there to listen, to share, to give whatever he could. He earned their love and respect, just as they earned his. I love him more than I...
Hold on. Pause for a minute. Pause for 1 second. Okay. Sorry. a little bit of
It's okay.
audio issues. No one can hear you. Okay, you're good.
Oh, okay. My constant reminder of how good life can be and how hurtful. I will never understand why anyone would want to hurt Matt. To act with such cruelty, much complete disregard for another human being. It was about 5 a.m. in Saudi Arabia on Thursday, October 8th, when the call came from the Laramie Hospital advising us of Matt's condition. There was an 11-hour time difference between Laramie and Saudi Arabia. Every time we would get a call at such an hour, my first reaction would be a silent prayer. Please, God, let Matt be all right. This call, he was not. We began an eternal wait to get to Fort Collins, where they had sent Matt. We hoped and prayed that he would recover from his injuries. We knew he was critically injured and his hold on life was tenuous at best, but we still hoped. Our highest hope was Matt's complete recovery. Our most basic hope was that he could hold on until we got there. We left Saudi Arabia on the first available flight, 19 hours after receiving the initial call. The trip seemed to last for days. A 6-hour flight, a 6-hour layover, an 8-hour flight, a 2-hour layover, a 90-minute flight, and a 90-minute drive to Fort Collins. A 25-hour trip after waiting 19 hours to begin seemed an eternity. An eternity of not knowing if Matt was even still alive. We were unable to check on his condition once we began to travel. And when I would think of Matt while traveling, the image that would come to mind was always of Matt alone in a prairie and tied to a fence. When we arrived in Fort Collins late afternoon on Friday, October 9th, we were escorted into Matt's room. What we found was a motionless, unaware young man with his head swathed in bandages, tubes everywhere, enabling the body to hold on to life. We heard the machine helping him breathe. We saw the screens monitoring his various vital signs. His face swollen and covered with stitches. His right ear had been stitched and was still oozing. I wasn't even sure this was Matt. When we approached the bed, I saw that this was indeed Matt. I could tell by the little bump on the top of his left ear. One of his eyes was partially opened, and I could see the clear blue color, and who could mistake those long black lashes? But the twinkle of life wasn't there anymore. And those braces. I could see his teeth clenched through the tubes. Those braces were unmistakably Matt. We kissed his face, stroked his arms, held his hands, and talked to him. We desperately wanted him to know that we were there. There was some kind of response. He began to shake, and his arms and legs went rigid. We thought maybe he was aware of our presence, but no, it was an involuntary response to the touching. I was thinking, how could anyone feel so threatened by this tiny, sweet child that they could do this to him? Such an act of cruelty was incomprehensible. Logan, Matt's younger brother, refused to go into the room. He didn't want that image of Matt to be the one that would appear when he would think of his brother. He wanted a smiling, laughing, bright-eyed, handsome young face to come to mind. It wasn't long, however, before he realized that this was probably the last opportunity he would have to say goodbye. His last chance to say once again, "I love you." I'll never forget that look of terror on his face when he first saw Matt. He was trembling, tears streaming down his face. He went over to the bed, picked up Matt's hand, and put it on his cheek. He asked us if he could be alone. We left the room, but kept an eye on him, using the monitor at the nurse's station. We had to make sure he was okay. We could see him talking to Matt, stroking his face while holding his hand. We were all painfully aware that Matt would never wake up. We spent the next 2 days with Matt. Various relatives and family friends and friends of Matt came to be with us. Sunday night, shortly after it left the hospital and close to midnight, excuse me, we received a call from the hospital telling us we needed to return immediately. When we got to Matt's room, we were joined by friends and other members of the family. We circled Matt's bed, each of us trying to touch him, to hold on, to keep him with us, each of us thinking we needed more time. At 12:53 a.m. Monday, Matt was no longer with us. We joined hands, wept, prayed over him, and for ourselves. There was a kind of relief that Matt was no longer suffering, but there's also realization that our suffering was just beginning. We knew, of course, that two men and their girlfriends had been arrested and were in custody. That gave us an immense sense of hope that those responsible for Matt's death would receive due process and be punished accordingly. Now, what would our lives be like without Matt? Logan had a plan to attend the University of Wyoming. He and Matt were planning to live together. Both were looking forward to the time they would spend together. That hope was killed. All our hopes for Matt were killed. All hopes and dreams that were Matt's were killed for $20 and some twisted reason known only to his killer. While Matt was in the hospital, many people concerned about Matt began to send money to help defray medical costs. As a family, we decided we would rather take that money and try to make something positive come from something so completely devoid of humanity. We started the Matthew Shepard Foundation and are hoping that will be helpful in encouraging acceptance and embracing diversity. It is one way we can honor our son. 28 days after we received the call in Saudi Arabia telling us about Matt, I had to make another call. Dennis had returned to work while I was staying in Wyoming to work on the foundation. November 4th, I had to call Dennis to tell him his father had died unexpectedly. It appeared that stress had been a contributing factor. I think watching Matt die and knowing there was nothing he could do to help his grandson or his son must have been hell on earth for him. Now Dennis had lost his father, his oldest son, and also an uncle who died of a coronary while attending Matt's funeral. Have our lives changed? I can't answer that yet. I know personally that there is a hole in my existence. I will never again experience Matt's laugh, his wonderful hugs, his stories, hear about his ambitions for the future. There are days when I think I can't go on. Then I remember Logan and Dennis and numerous other members of my family and wonderful friends. I know their love and support will sustain me. I know Matt would be very disappointed in me if I gave up. He would be disappointed in us all if we gave up. I have been told I can address you directly. I've debated whether or not to do so, and at times I don't think you're worthy of an acknowledgement of your existence. But we all know you do exist. You murdered my son. You have forever changed my family. We won't allow you to kill us too. My hopes for you are simple. I hope you never experience a day or night without feeling the terror, the humiliation, the helplessness my son felt that night. And I want you to understand that the decisions you made and the actions you took have done this to you and to your family and to my family. None of us would be here today going through this agony if it weren't for you. Thank you, Your Honor. And the court said, thank you, Mrs. Shepard. So these were the two impact statements from Mr. and Mrs. Shepard. If you want to read more about this whole situation, if you go to famoustrials.com and type in Matthew Shepard, a bunch of things will pop up. But with all that being said, with all that being said, this was the case of Matthew Shepard, and this is the also about the Learning Project, which I'll never forget. I think it was like the first, because we did this play for I think like a week. So this was after the first performance, and I went to school, and I had a friend of mine. We were in dance class together, and I believe she's bi, or she's lesbian. I don't remember. I don't want to do that. But she's either one of those, and she told me she went on opening night, and she told me that she cried. She told me that she cried watching this, and that made me feel good, because like going into like that just doing that play, I was excited because I was in LA. But I was also very nervous because like I invited my family to come, even though like my siblings, they're obviously all for like woo woo, like whatever. But I was just worried about like my dad and like the older members of my family. And they're like, hey, you did good. I really enjoyed it and all this stuff. And I was kind of like, whoa, that's cool and stuff. But I hope that people can, I just hope that people can listen to Matt's story or read Matt's story, and just realize that it's like hate crimes against people that are in this community is absolutely disgusting. I mean, hate crimes in general is disgusting, but hate crimes just towards this community is absolutely disgusting. But I just think that people need to, if you haven't read or seen the Laramie Project, go watch the movie. And hopefully when all this is done and there's local productions of the Laramie Project, go see it, because this will completely change your mind and it'll completely open your eyes to just the simple fact of, like, this was a hate crime. And if you look up Matthew Shepard, and there's pictures of the exact fence that Matthew was tied to by these two boys to die. And it looks like the fence looks like something you would see in a Western movie. But, yes, just go watch the Laramie Project and go on famouscharles.com and type in Matthew Shepard. They have everything. They even have the notes that Aaron McKinney wrote to Russell Henderson on what to tell the police in case they were arrested. And I read the note, and it's absolutely disgusting. But yeah, that's my segment.
Good job.
Yay.
Yay. Way to kick off the Pride Month of Doctors and Death.
Yes, and because I was trying to figure out, I was kind of stressing myself out a little bit, because I was trying to figure out, like, what to talk about. Because, like, I knew I wanted to talk about Matthew Shepard, but I didn't know when it would be, like, the right time to talk about him. Mm-hmm. But then I was like, well, I think it would be more appropriate, or I think the best time it would be to talk about Matthew Shepard is at the beginning of my Pride Month Doctors and Death segment. instead of, because originally it was gonna be like the last thing, but then I changed my mind. I was like, well, it should be the first thing. So, this is honestly, this is the first time I did like an actual, like, this is gonna be the first time that I do like a fully themed like daiquiris and deaths. So I don't know how it's gonna go. Um, so I'm kind of like nervous. Um, but I just think that I think I did good in deciding that now was the best time to talk about Matthew Shepard. Because I also feel like, and that's how I feel about like other cases that I'll be talking about, is that they're not discussed enough and they're not being brought up, which they absolutely should be. But they're not because reasons. But if this was all over the place, I apologize. This is like the first time I'm doing like a themed thing. But I sincerely hope you guys enjoyed it, and I hope that once I get my shit together and I get like everything set up for podcasting wise, because I still have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I hope you guys support it. Daiquiris and Deaths, when it becomes an actual podcast and not just something that I do on Twitch. I hope you guys support it, but I really hope that this month's theme goes off really well. Because I'm actually really nervous about this because I'm not a part of this community and I just don't want to come off as disrespectful or rude. So if I do say something that's inappropriate or not correct, please tell me, and then
yeah,
I will
call you. I'll call you out.
Yeah, and correct, so I can apologize and correct myself. Because I'm not a part, like I said, I'm not a part of this community, and this whole theme is like making me really nervous. But I feel like this is the right thing to do because I felt like it went, like, to me, I felt like it wouldn't be right if I just did like the usual daiquiris and death stuff and not acknowledge Pride Month. So I just felt like this was the right thing to do. So,
Okay.
I really hope you guys. I truly hope that you guys enjoyed it. And I hope I didn't fuck up as much. And I try to make it as entertaining as possible. But yes, I really hope you guys enjoyed it. So, yeah.
Okay. Good job, Kris.
Thank you.
As
And
always.
I'm already drunk.
I could tell because when you're drunk, you tend to ramble.
Yeah, but sorry about that. But
no, you're good. All right.
But yes,
What?
I genuinely hope you guys enjoyed it. But Tiff, if you have any suggestions on what I should talk about, let me know.
Okay.
Because I just let me know.
Okay. Anyways, I have a special announcement to tell everybody. Or everybody
What is
that's
it?
here. You're gonna find out in a few minutes. I need to bring it up.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Jessica knows what it is. That's why she unmuted herself. She knows exactly what it is.
Yeah, I do.
It's not the thing I showed you before. It's another thing that I showed you yesterday.
I know what you're talking about.
Okay. Let me switch over to the Be Right Back screen and change the title at the stream.
I will be right back.
How you doing, Jessica?
I have been working this whole time.
I know. Okay, that's updated. So how's it going? How you doing, baby?
I am almost done. I say very loosely because the text is a whole other thing I have to do after I'm done here.
Oh wait, are you talking about? Wait, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the blog?
Yeah.
Bitch, stop stressing over it. I always feel bad because you're stressing over it.
Bitch, it's my day off. It's Saturday. What are you talking
I'm
about?
gonna fuck you up if you keep stressing over it.
I'm not stressing over it. I honestly want to get this done so I can comfortably work on my self-indulgent shit without feeling like I'm doing a bad. Because that's always how it is, isn't it? Where you you're working on self-indulgent stuff and you're like, but I could be working on stuff that I need to be working on.
You know, that's how it be sometimes.
Mm-hmm. So I'm finishing this up so it can be posted and I can freely self-indulge.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I was about to do the other ship, but I decided no, I needed to do this one because I haven't drawn them in a long time. And
Yeah, you're so cute. I fucking love that picture. It's actually really cute. I really like it.
I didn't even show the audience yet.
Well, they'll get their chance.
Maybe. If they follow me on social, I just posted it on everywhere.
Exactly, so they'll get their chance if they really want to see it.
Yeah. I mean, I'll show it off on here if they really want to see it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if anything, it's going to be a sugar coating for what I've got planned.
You know, they're going to get mad at me and say, why did you do this after this? I'm just like, hey.
This is
I am only partially to blame because I wrote the script.
Yeah, you wrote the script because I asked you to write the script.
Yeah, you did. The whole concept.
I was just like, I can work with this. I got this. Don't worry about it.
The whole concept was you're doing. You wanted to make this a depressing thing, not me.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. You think I care? You think I care?
I don't give a fuck, bitch. I don't give a fuck about you. Oh, no, I shouldn't say that.
I do not give a single fuck.
Yeah, you know.
Gotta move this shit along. Gotta get this plot line going. Fucking, I don't care.
Wait. Oh, yeah. We never really moved the plot line along in the blog now, did we?
Not quite.
Nah. I mean, that's why I wrote fan fiction, because it's just, I'm not doing comics. What? I'm
not doing comics neither.
No.
I ain't got the time for that. I got time for hell, which is college.
Yeah, you're back in school. That's why.
I'm back in school. I'm 26 years old, college student, tired. My bones hurt every time I wake up in the morning.
Exactly. Fucking, we're fucking, we have lives to live and shit like that, and fucking bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say something else, but I don't remember. Oh yeah, it's like, you know, I like the other thing that you read that I'm not gonna reveal yet. But yeah, that's a thing that I'm working on.
Yeah, because self-indulgence is key to happiness.
Oh, shut up. You only like it because your garbage boy's in it.
Listen, there's that, plus the fact that, bitch, it's self-indulgent. You can't lie to me.
What's in self-indulgent?
It's completely self-indulgent because you want to make it.
Yeah.
It's a personal thing you want to make.
Yeah.
So it's self-indulgent.
My love for Sonali is so strong that I'm pissed off that they didn't use the freedom fighters yet. And I'm just like, fuck it. I'll do it myself.
Exactly. So it's self-indulgent. Therefore, I advocate for that.
Exactly. And you only like it because your fucking boy's in it.
Yeah, my boy's in it. I'm even more of an advocate for it because my boy's in it, and I love him.
Yeah, and there are other plans to have other boys in it that I'm not going to
Hell
reveal.
yeah.
I'm not going to reveal yet because that's another arc that I'm thinking about of motivations for a certain someone.
He.
I don't know why you're laughing. I didn't tell you.
I know. You don't have to tell me.
What's going on?
Nothing.
What did I miss?
Nothing.
Self-indulgence.
Just self-indulgence.
That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
I kind of find that sus.
No, what?
Well, you can find it sus all you want. I ain't gonna tell you nothing.
Oh, please.
I feel left out.
You'll be in the loop whenever.
Eventually.
Or never. I don't know.
Great. Story of my life.
Story of my life, you make me whole. Anyways.
God, you started singing that, and I was getting flashbacks to my mom singing that every day for a full ass week.
Oh dear God.
Anyways, ladies,
Oof.
let me get through this announcement. Are you ready?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Okay, this is the announcement right here. I'm officially opening up commissions.
Oh.
Yep. It's happening. So, because I put out a poll and like people say, yeah, I'll buy your commission. All right, cool, bet. So here's the dealio. All the prices are in the U.S. dollar. So if I know we have some out of the U.S. People. So you have to convert that. So for line art, it's $10. For just like a base color, black color is $15. And for the full color, shaded and everything, fully rendered, it's going to be $30. And for me to add a background to the fully colored, it's going to be $50.
Oh.
Does that sound good to everybody?
That's great.
How does that sound to you, Kris? Would you, if you had the funds, would you say this is fair?
Yes, you would get all of the monies.
At least I get some monies from you instead of the bitch bastard father.
Someone.
Oh my God. I'm fucking laughing because I looked over at Discord and I see Kris's icon as she says, yeah, I would.
Someone notices my icon.
I noticed it like a while ago. I just didn't say anything. I'm just like, oh, Kris.
It's so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny.
If you want it, I will actually, let me post it in the Discord. Because, so, I was on Twitter and
Ladies.
my friend...
Ladies!
So...
Ladies! I'm not done!
I will... Oh.
Kris just sounded so defeated. I'm so sorry.
I feel defeated. This is like that night all over again.
This is like what?
That night all over again. Remember?
Guys, I don't feel. I gotta go.
I gotta go.
It's getting late. I'm tired. I'm gonna go. Anyways, at least let me get through everything before we go on a tangent. Thank you. No, I should be yelling at Jessica. Jessica, why the fuck?
Listen.
What?
I happened to look over.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry.
Bitch. No, you're both great.
Why, thank you.
You know, when you want to be.
Alright.
Let me stop. So, okay, rules. I won't draw any fetish art. But, okay, here's the thing. I don't want to draw straight up porn with genitalia or anything not safe for work. But if it's like steamy, I will consider it. But if it's like straight up porn, which I did put there, no. No.
So it has to be implied.
Sure. Like, I'm not gonna. Nope. That's Patreon stuff, and I didn't set up my Patreon yet, so y'all gotta wait. I won't do anything like hateful or harmful or anything bigoted like that, because I know how people like to be. People are just saying, I'm gonna use Son Amy and Son Alley for this, because people like to make fucking anti-Son Alley art where fucking Amy fucking beats up the living shit out of Sally Acorn, and the other way around where fucking Sally Acorn chokes Amy out. I'm not gonna do that, because that's stupid. That's utterly moronic. Yes.
Oh.
There's like I want to kill Sally Acorn shit on fucking Tumblr, and there's a video on it on YouTube. I'll send, if I can find it, I'll send it to you. But yeah, none of that shit. None of that shit. I'm not gonna do any of that shit. All right. No anti stuff. No like bigotry or racism or anything like that. I'm not gonna draw fucking BTS members saying we hate black people. I'm not gonna do that. Because why would I do that? That's stupid. Take your hate, put it in your pocket.
Put it in your pocket.
Put it in your pocket.
Just take your hate, put it in your pocket. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to get a message saying, "Hey, can you do this? Can you make art of this character and choking out this character because I hate this username?" No, I'm not going to do that. Cuz that's stupid. Settle your beef elsewhere. Don't come to me to it, because I'm just going to block you.
I've seen people ask that on fucking Tumblr, cuz I follow art blogs, and I would see people ask for like commissions of like, can you draw this character punching this other character because of this, and they would be like, no, I'm not gonna do that because that's disgusting.
Yeah, like, no, I'm not. No, absolutely not. That's unacceptable. And I want to say preferences to excuse me, preference this to everybody. I can say no if I don't feel comfortable drawing it. Like, when I say, oh, can you do something hot and steamy? Like, I have done hot and steamy shit before. Just Ask Jessica.
Oh, yeah.
I have done it before, and I have no problem doing it. But but if it gets to a territory where I'm uncomfortable with it, I'm going to say no. And like, I don't want to like fucking bloody stuff, and then I'm gonna stop. And like, at the end, point is, if I feel uncomfortable with it, or I feel like I can't stomach it, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to refuse. And please respect that.
Right.
Because if you like come to me and say, I want you to do X, Y, and Z, and I'm not comfortable with that, obviously you have the money to go to someone else who is comfortable with that and is okay with that. Me, I am not. And I drew furry porn for a while.
Oh yeah, you were telling me that, because like, and I can understand, because like, I mean, like I told you, I used to do commissions for like mood boards and fanfic and this and the other, just to make like money on the side to support myself. And there were times where I would have to turn down like commissions and stuff because people would ask me to do stuff that I'm not, or write stuff or make a mood board or something that I'm not personally comfortable with. And luckily, some people are understanding of that, but then you would get, at the same time, you would get people who get butthurt and get quote unquote offended that I'm not gonna write or do what they ask because I'm uncomfortable, and so they get mad that I'm not sacrificing what I'm comfortable with just to do something because they're paying me this amount of dollars. Which I don't be an asshole.
Yeah, don't be a dick. Don't ruin the fun for everybody else, because that's not fair.
Yeah.
Anyways,
it's not fair.
Yeah. Anyways, other rules. 1 commission per person, because I know how fucking greedy people can get. And they were just like, oh, I want this and this and this. No, let's be fair to everybody else. Don't ruin the fun for everybody else. 1 thing per round, and I will and if it gets to a certain point, I will have to close it and work on those, because I have to be fair to everything like that. If you want me to draw like your own character or your own version of the character, I do need a reference, and it does need to be colored, especially if it's not line art. I can't do text descriptions because I will interpret it in a certain way, and it might not be the way you interpret it. So that's why I ask, please. It can be shitty. I don't fucking care. It can be whatever. I don't fucking care. It can be whatever, but it has to be drawn or visually or recolor, whatever. Fucking recolors from Sonic X. I don't fucking know. It has to be colored, and it has to be visual, because I don't want to fight somebody because I drew their character wrong. If you want more than 1 character in the same drawing, like say you want like in here, like if you want like 2 characters, like shit. Let me. Like in here, if you want 2 characters, it's gonna be $5 per extra character. So if you want, like, say you want a line art of 2 characters, that's gonna be $15 instead of $10. And base color $20, full color $25, full backgrounds $55, so on and so forth. And I'm not gonna draw like fucking 30 characters in 1 picture. Fuck no. You're gonna have to pay me more for that. 5 characters maximum for each picture. So yeah, and that's what, $25 extra for all of it. So yeah, those are the rules. I will tell on each platform where to contact me about all of this, because I am uncomfortable sharing my email with like crazies.
Makes sense.
I'm sorry, but yeah, because I don't want to share my business emails on this, even though it's purely for business, because as I seen before, people like to bother me and say, hey, where's this? Can you do this? Where's this? Hey, where's this? Why didn't you do this? And then they start ruining the fun for everybody. I'm just here like, okay, buddy, let's stop where you are. So yeah, that's where we're at. I will post it on the AU blog, my personal blog on Tumblr, Twitter, and DeviantArt. Maybe Instagram. Probably not.
I hate when people do that, because I remember there was this one time when I was working on this very big fanfic that I had write, and it was like my first time writing something very, very major, because I usually just wrote like one shot like bullshit, and I never wrote like a full on like series. And so this is my first time writing a full on like series, and so like this was like, because like this took a lot of my time, because like I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know how to basically write it and how to make it good. And there was people that would literally message me on Tumblr or send me an ask on Tumblr that I obviously deleted because I just didn't have the time or energy for fuckery and bullshit. And they would ask me, "Oh, hey, when's the next chapter for this story?" And I look at it and I'm just like, it'll come out when it'll come out. Don't ask when it's gonna come out, though, because I feel I don't deal with pressure very well. I don't. So I got that a lot, and it came to a point where I just deleted the ask, because it's like, I don't ask when shit's gonna come out. It's gonna come out when it's gonna come out.
Exactly. Like, don't be a piece of shit. Don't ruin the fun for everybody. Cause me, I like looking at other people's characters. I'm just like, oh, this is fun. This might be fun. This might do this, that, and the other thing. But if you're gonna go off and ruin the fun for everybody, well, you can be that butthole.
Don't be a fun sucker.
Don't ruin the fun for everybody. Please respect my rules. And if you don't, well, you know what? Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to block you because you're being disrespectful and a piece of shit.
Right.
So yeah.
And you have that right.
You damn Skippy, I have that right too, because who the fuck do they think I are? Who the fuck do they think they are?
Right. Go support Tiff and commission for her because she's very talented, and give her the monies.
Sorry, I apologize. So yeah. I mean, there's no real particular reason. There is a reason I waited a bit to start commissions, is because I needed to build up like a little quote unquote portfolio so I can show what I can offer. And when I felt like that portfolio was at least built up a little bit, and then I was just like, okay, now it's time. It's time to hit the button. Boom. It's time. It's time. Christmas will be ours. Is that how the song goes in Nightmares Before Christmas?
It's making Christmas.
It's making Christmas. Making Christmas. It's Christmas.
You know, that's the only song in Nightmare Before Christmas that annoys the fucking shit out of me.
Boys and girls of every age, won't you listen to something strange? Come with us and you will see, in this town of Halloween. This is Halloween, this is Halloween. Pumpkins scream at the dead of night. This is Halloween, this is Halloween.
You know what? On my bucket list, I don't know if they're gonna do it like once this whole thing is over with, but I want to go to the Rose Bowl and go see, because it's this thing that Danny Elfman does, and he plays like every single, I think it's like every single song from Nightmare Before Christmas, but it's like theatrical, and they have like fireworks and stuff, and I think it's either at the Rose Bowl or it's at the Hollywood Bowl. I can't remember, but that's on my bucket list, and I want to go do that at least once.
Do what?
Go to the Rose Bowl and see the live action. Because Danny Elfman does this thing, and I don't know if it's every year on Halloween or Christmas. I don't remember, but it's this thing where it's at the Rose Bowl or the Hollywood Bowl, and they play every single song from Nightmare Before Christmas, but they make it a whole thing with like fireworks and like just like visuals and stuff like that, and it's supposedly it's really cool.
Wait, is Danny Elfman like the what's the guy with the wand?
The composer?
Composer, yes.
I think he is. I think he does it. I'm not 100% sure. Or it's like the people he worked with on the movie or the music for the movie.
I love Danny Elfman's music scores.
Danny Elfman is a fucking genius.
Mm-hmm.
He's an absolute genius.
It's just like, because I was listening to like his Batman theme the other day, and it still fucking bops, and he did it back in the 80s, I believe.
Yeah.
And like I was like listening, he also did the Avengers theme as well. I'm just like, how the fuck does this man make such iconic shit? Well, I don't think. Wait, no. I don't think he did the Avengers. I think that was Alan something. I gotta check. Let me.
That did the Avengers?
He did Age of Ultron. He didn't do the main Avengers theme. He composed it for Age of Ultron.
Oh, okay.
Let me just see. It's some guy named Alan Silvestri. I don't know how to say it, but he did the original, the first Avengers theme, and I believe Danny Elfman did Age of Ultron. I believe so. Cause when I hear, because Danny Elfman has that like little like big thunderous da 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 thing in all of his in most of his compositions, and that's what's heard in Age of Ultron. So I believe
he did it.
He did it in Age of Ultron.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I just looked it up, and he did it with Brian Tyler.
Brian Tyler is another one. Yes, I found it. Brian Tyler and Danny Elfman. Brian Tyler, I believe, did what did he do? Let me see here. He did Iron Man 3. He did Thor: The Dark World. Of course, he did Age of Ultron. He did a lot.
Yeah.
I know he did.
He's done a lot.
Like, he did Crazy Rich Asians.
Yeah.
Asians. Shit, I can't talk. He did like one of my favorite scores in a movie. It's one of my favorites, not my ultimate favorite. I believe he did. Yes. For Now You See Me, with Jesse Eisenberg, Ida Fisher, Woody Harrelson. I think he was in that movie. Woody Harrelson, one of the DeFranco brothers.
Oh God.
And Mark Ruffalo.
Wait,
and Morgan Freeman.
Transformers.
Yeah, he's a good one.
Wait, hold on.
What's up?
He did Fast and the Furious. I didn't know. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Because Tokyo Drift was a movie. It was
a movie.
It was a movie, and that was like one of the first movies I remember seeing in a drive-in movie theater, like as a teenager.
You know.
That was a movie.
It was certainly a movie. It was a movie.
But I forgot he did the score for that.
Oh yeah, he did a lot. Fucking. I want to go listen to Danny Elfman now. So good. But yeah. What we were talking about before? Oh, right. Drake Bell just got arrested.
Wait,
What?
what?
That's a fucking bomb to drop right now.
Yeah, I was on Twitter. And I heard Drake Bell was trending and he got arrested.
I know he had shit going on, but
yeah.
because I watched a video about I think it was his ex-girlfriend or possible victims coming out and saying Drake Bell did this and all that. But what?
He was arrested for inappropriate communications with a minor.
Of course.
And
Every time I
apparently,
turn around, it's always a celebrity with a minor.
apparently, the ex-girlfriend in question saw him doing it.
Oh God, I just saw the mugshot. He looks rough.
Oof.
Oof. And he pleaded not guilty. What the fuck?
Yeah, he pleaded not guilty.
Yeah, we'll fucking see about that, buddy.
Oh man, woo! That's a whole thing.
This is why Josh Peck was always my favorite.
Well, he was with David Dobrik, and
oh God,
yes, that was a thing. So,
oh my God, this tweet I just saw. Someone said in this tweet, you should have known that Drake Bell was a P word. Motherfucker's name is Jared.
Yeah, that's right. His real name is Jared.
Oh.
His real name is Jared.
Ew.
Jared.
That's like fucking. That's like what has to be like.
No wonder why he renamed himself Drake as a fucking stage name. His real name Jared.
And public figures named Jared tend to be
nasty boys
yeah.
that don't deserve rights.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
They're the nasty boys, but not in a good way.
I never knew how thin his lips were until now.
He got no lips.
He got
Jesus
no
Christ.
lips. I'm sorry. I was just like, when I looked at his mugshot, I was just like, damn, that's what he
Sorry
looks
for it,
like.
because his lips are non-existent. The fuck?
I'm not shaming for his non-existent lips. I'm just never noticed it
That's
before.
what I'm saying. Why are you apologizing for? He has non-existent lips. That's a fact. That's not you shaming.
No, it's just. I guess I was distracted by his jawline and shit like that, but nah.
John ain't shit.
I mean, I already in the show. I already thought Josh was the better looking one either way.
One who would give good hugs, and you just had to look at him to know that.
Exactly.
Good Lord.
Oh, fucking every time you turn around, Josh got the shit end of the stick.
No, dude, someone used the Michael Jordan meme. Oh no.
Oh my fucking
Drake Bell
God.
really said fuck them kids. Oh no. Oh fuck.
Oh no.
Oh my God.
This is not the time to be doing that nonsense.
Wait, I didn't know he moved to Mexico. What the fuck
he
is
moved to
this?
Mexico a while ago.
So he
And
can
he
get away
changed
with
his
it.
name? What the fuck? Dude.
So he can try to get away with it.
Well, you know, he hanged out with Dan Schneider, so maybe I'm not gonna say anything.
I just
I'm just gonna say
speaking.
he was with Dan Schneider on the show, and you know, shit.
I guess he really did find a. No, I'm not gonna make that joke. I hate myself.
Both of you had to cut yourselves off of making an inappropriate joke.
I'm not saying I didn't say shit. Shut up, Jessica. I didn't say shit. Shut up. Stop putting people on blast. Do you want me to get arrested?
Put everybody on blast, including myself.
Yeah, well, you're in Japan. They can't get you. Fuck. Bullshit.
Yet.
No, you're over there fucking saying out the pocket shit, and I can't say shit because I'm over here, and they can bang on my doors like bang,
Here,
bang, bang,
saying
bang.
out of pocket shit because unfortunately I live in a country where people are conservative as fuck, and you know what? Fuck them. Fuck y'all on your friggin' ways from the 1800s. Get the fuck out of here.
God damn it! Why must everything for almost everything from my childhood be shitty?
Alexa, play another one.
People grow to be shitty people sometimes.
Alexa, play Another One Bites the Dust by Queen.
Speaking of shitty shit from my childhood,
Another One
I
Bites
just
the
watched
Dust.
the trailer for the new iCarly, and I'm just like, what's the thing?
I don't know, man. I'm probably not. I mean, it's on Paramount Plus. Of course, I'm not gonna watch it.
Yeah, I'm not.
I think a lot of people were gonna watch it who liked iCarly, mostly because they didn't ask for it.
Yeah.
But at least I will give it this. At least it's not like they trying to make it for younger generations. They're actually making it for the generation that grew up with it.
Yeah.
And again, nobody from that generation asked for it, so there's probably not going to be
it was going to happen. Either you just whine or complain about it, or just see it how it is and then whine and complain about it. And I learned a long time ago, it's going to happen, no matter what. So I said, okay, bet, let it happen. And then I just decide to judge it on its own merit, and sometimes its own merit is not that great.
Right. And like, the thing that kind of I shouldn't say kind of because it does bug me, but the thing that bothers me, because I was watching everything like pop off on Twitter, and I saw that like a lot of people were getting upset at the fact that Jeanette McCurdy isn't part of it, and they were like, where's Sam? And when everybody should know, and I should emphasis on the word should know, that the whole thing that happened and how Jeanette basically like wiped her hands clean of it and wanted no part of it, which
no, it's not that. It's not that. She just she quit acting because she wasn't happy.
Yeah. And people were asking, where is Sam? Why is Sam's not here?
Like, hey, if you fucking heathens know why Sam isn't there anymore, you would know her actress hates acting and she doesn't want to act anymore. And don't fucking come to her and ask her about it. Like, come on.
Like, have respect, and because like a lot of people are like, where's Sam? If Sam's not gonna be in here in iCarly, I'm not gonna watch it.
That's fine.
And don't.
Then that's perfectly fine. But you're never gonna get Sam ever because Jeanette McCurdy made it clear she's not going back to acting anytime soon or at all. So you can whine and moan and bitch all you fucking want, she's not coming back, and she's never gonna come back. So I don't know what the fuck you expect.
Right.
So you can take that
I
shit
just-
and put it in your pocket.
Right, because I saw that a lot on Twitter, and it's like, and it seems like a lot of people are not really in tune, or like just they're fucking idiots, and they don't realize, well, this is the reason why Sam's not gonna be in the iCarly reboot. And the thing is, like, with reboots, because I'm kind of like, and I kind of feel the same way about sequels as well. I just kind of feel like they can be done, but they have to be done good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, they can be pulled off, but they have to be good, especially reboots. I'm looking at you, Powerpuff Girls reboot. At least try to stick to the original material, but kind of make it unique, but mostly stick to the material, even though I know it's hard for some things and people to not stick to the original material.
You know what? I would say you don't have to. Just make it good.
Yeah.
You like don't like if you feel constrained to like stick with the original, as you say, then you're not gonna turn out a good product. Like, if you want to tell a darker story, like, I don't know, fucking Sonic's on the screen, I'll talk about him. If you want to tell a darker story about Sonic, then tell a darker story about Sonic. Don't fucking worry about what he's done in the past. That's why fucking Sonic Adventure turned out so well and was well received story-wise. And why, like, fucking everybody's favorite character was Shadow. Still is. Still is. Shut up, you. That's not what I meant. And that's why everybody's favorite character is Shadow, because they took risk about the story and the lore, and now look at them now. They're trying so hard to like stick to a formula, and it's in their detriment. I mean, look at Sonic Forces. They were so concerned and so worried about everything that it just led to their detriment.
Right.
So do as you will.
I mean, yes, do as you will, because I mean there are some reboots that make the mark, and then there's other reboots that miss the mark, and I feel like a lot of the time reboots, especially ones from like a company or a network like CW, they want to make a reboot that is just that throws people that wants to throw people off completely from the original, and just be like, okay, well, we have the base from the original, so let's just take this base and make it relatable, so kids from or teen or whatever, our audience from this generation can relate to it, and compared to like, oh well, we don't care if people who grew up with the original watches this show. We're just gonna make this relatable to the current generation, because like they're CW, and I'm just gonna use CW as an example because they've done it before and they're still doing it. They take shows that come from original content, and they started off with sticking to the original, but then they turn around and they just go, how can I say this? They just go off the rails.
Mm-hmm.
And and I feel like that turns a lot of people off. Well, at least just me.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I'm looking at you, Gossip Girl reboot.
Any horror. What time
Anymore.
is it? All right.
35.
Yeah. It's time to say goodbye. I said what I needed to say. So there you go. I'm posting commission information up on my social medias as we speak. But it is time to end the stream. I want to thank everybody for coming out and hanging out and watching and listening to us ramble. And I want to thank you ladies for popping in and hanging out, and Kris for doing that very good segment.
I'm glad I hope everyone enjoyed it. It was fun.
Very informative. If you want to follow us on social medias, there's a fucking airplane!
Okay.
This is what I get for living by an airport. If you want to follow us on social medias, you can see them linked down in the description below or in the About page over on Twitch. We stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 1 p.m. Pacific time. So we will be back on Monday with another installment of me self-indulging with whatever. And it's going to be great.
Great.
I believe that's everything. Did I forget anything, ladies? No?
No. You pretty much said everything.
All right. And in the words of my favorite, there's an airplane!
Oh my god.
Oh, Louisa! This is what I get for living by an airport. Son of a bitch.
Dear God.
Anyway, yeah, it's just bastards want to travel now because everything's clearing up. And in the words of my favorite cartoon character, good night, everybody, and have a good weekend. Say good night, ladies.
Good night. Be safe. Have a good weekend.
Yes. Good night.